So you found the skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey everybody, welcome to the New Year's special here on the Dapper Dinosaur channel. I am joined right now by Chesh and Landon Knoll. The link has gone out to multiple other people. They may filter in or out as they please. They know that this is a low commitment sort of thing. We are also currently watching a live feed of a volcanic eruption. This is over in Hawaii. And Landon, would you like to tell us a little bit? Madam Pele.
This is Madam Pele. We're seeing the eruptive vent in Halima'umau, which is at the summit of the Kilauea volcano on the Big Island, Hawaii. It's live that time there is Hawaii time, and Madam Pele is putting on.
Hello.
Great. She's putting on a great. Oh, good to see you.
Maddie is here, everybody.
Hey, Landon. Good to see you.
Look at the dance of Pele. It's. This is live. It's
oh
yes.
And that fountain is about 90 meters high.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So
if you'd like to learn about
this is the birth of crust.
This way.
The birth of for the holidays, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, there's bad news though, everybody. The bad news is that we're not primarily here to keep watching lava fountains, as cool as they are.
The good news, though, Dapper, is that I brought soju.
Nice. There you go.
Watch Pele and track Pele with us. Landon, Monty, and I have been doing so, and that whole library of those years, plural now almost, is over on the Debate Hub channel as a playlist. And if you want to help me get monetized over there, you could totally just play that whole playlist. That'd be great.
All right, so we have a couple super chats to read. Metageeky Platypus Warlock for $6.66 says, "May the stream go great. I am continuing my tradition of going to bed well before the new year. Happy New Year to North Atlantic Iceberg Micronation." Well, happy New Year to you, Metageeky, if you decide to watch this on playback. Roshina Polydactyl Jesus Keller for $1.99 says, "Danger nacho cheese." Yes, that is indeed the world's most dangerous nacho cheese.
Forbidden dip.
Yes.
The forbidden cheese.
So the bad news is, well, first we'll see how everyone's doing. So, Landon, how you doing?
I am doing fine. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, within your time zone and latitude and current calendar year, which UTC has already had its new year. So, but hopefully you will have yours soon.
Okay. And Maddie?
Oh, I'm doing so good, guys. I got to finish up my paperwork for I get to do an adjunct position.
Yay!
So
Nice.
I get to teach in the spring, and I'm so excited. If you guys haven't seen me in half a minute, I finished. This 2024 has been a big year, team. I got my PhD. I started my postdoc. I'm doing research. Oh, guys. What? I got a paper. I'm second author, but I got a paper accepted in Nature Communications. So that'll be my first paper. That's not a bad one for your first, man. That's not a bad journal. So a lot of really great professional stuff. Yeah. Sorry, I've daycare is still closed, so I've spent most of today playing ponies.
Okay.
With my 2-year-olds, we brush their mane. We give them lipstick for some reason. It's great.
Horses have lips, so I mean, I guess it makes sense.
They need lipstick and nail polish.
Dapper, can I make a request?
You may. I may not acquiesce, but you may make the request.
Could you put a poll in that asks the question, who's going to drop the first F-bomb, me or Maddie?
Okay, yeah. Start that poll.
I was just about ready to try and
Who, me? Listen,
but
I'm starting this sober, but I have social.
Because I would have then dropped the F-bomb, but because you didn't put me on the bowl list,
no cheating.
I'm not going to give.
It's got to come out naturally.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to add a second option for other, or a third option, I
Other.
suppose.
What about turtles?
Well,
Turtle.
yeah, I'll add turtle as a fourth option, assuming I can.
Turtles notoriously bad-mouthed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that. We have another super chat. Pibblehunk, half dog, half canine says for $5. Oh, that I'm running out of memory on this browser window. That is weird. Why is this happening to me? Anyway, Pillowpunk Half Dog Half Canine for $5 says, if you could take a sip of the forbidden soup without getting burned, what do you think it would taste like? I'm going to leave that up to Landon, who I think probably has the best knowledge on what the forbidden soup would taste like if you could drink it or sip it without being burned.
Well, the thing that people need to realize is lava is extremely viscous, right?
That's what you said.
It is. I mean, it's like if you're trying to stir a pot of lava, mine like sticking a rod into sand and trying to stir sand. It's easier to stir sand than it is to stir lava, even though it's liquid. The viscosity is very, very high. Even high temperature things like paydays are having done it.
So if you tried to eat it, it'd be full, like, you'd just be full Mr. Ed with too much peanut butter. Yeah.
I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna vote for
I think it would cauterize your mouth as well, and you wouldn't really get much down.
Well, assuming it was safe to eat. Like, assuming you could get it to a temperature.
Tungsten.
Yeah.
Yes. What do you think, Maddie?
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, who amongst us hasn't licked a rock, right? It's
Are you really asking what you think the flavor of the forbidden brownie is? I'm doing okay. I'm doing better. My arm feels like it's mostly recovered for the best part. For anybody who didn't know, I basically overexerted it, so it's been in slow recovery, and my voice is finally coming back. I'm still a little bit hoarse, as you can probably tell, but yeah, whatever. I got a new camera.
I can tell you look really great. I look crappy.
Do me a favor. Look at the settings. Open your settings.
Yeah.
And then go to your camera resolution and tell me where your camera resolution is at.
Standard 480p.
Okay, click on it. The drop down.
Yeah.
Does it give you higher options?
Yeah.
Try that.
Okay.
I'm a professional.
It's not much better.
You might need to refresh. It also might help if you choose the browser.
I was muted.
I
was muted. I'm going to take a drink.
Oh, I also got...
Dapper's a professional.
I also got a new
Beautiful.
microphone.
All right. So I'm not sure if my reading of Pillowpunk's super chat came through. So Pillowpunk for $5 says, if you could take a sip of forbidden soup without getting burned, what do you think it would taste like? We're obviously just answering that. Roaching Lipstick Equus Keller for $1.99 says, I'd imagine a very hot, salty rock soup. I don't know if it would be salty. Would it be salty, Landon?
I mean, there are some salts there, but I think it's going to be much more gravelly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tasting. Is
it
crunchy?
Is
Right.
crunchy a taste?
So,
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
I don't know.
No, Patrick.
Yes. By the way, yes, mayonnaise is an instrument. And I was irritated because I saw Thor talk about this well after I talked about it. And he said the same thing I did. And everybody's like, oh, well, Thor, you're so smart. And I'm like, fuck you.
But I think you need to because again, the viscosity is going to make it very difficult to drink.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So, let's see. I am wondering how long into this is going to take before I go and get like an ice pack out of the freezer, put against my back, because for some reason my back has decided to really hurt today, which is fun.
I'm sorry, dude. My back is finally feeling better. I pulled a muscle picking up my toddler.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you have like a spine problem of going back to your tails, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm less prone
mess
to
up.
to back injury than humans are. But but not immune. Not immune, yeah. You know.
Womp womp.
Really, it's just more spine to injure.
Well, okay, but each bit of it is significantly less prone to injury. But yeah, I mean, it's for like, look, you silly humans with your very flexible ankles are much more likely to have an ankle injury than I am. But if you, like, take a sledgehammer to my ankle, it's still gonna hurt, and it's still probably gonna break stuff. So, you know, I can still be injured. Alright, but, Roshio Lipstick Equus Keller for $1.99 says, there's the F-bomb Chesh. Wait, Chesh,
what?
did you drop an F-bomb? I don't think so.
Oh no, I did.
You did? Oh my goodness, that was fast.
That was fast.
Well, I guess we could end the poll.
It was about mayonnaise.
Well, let's see. Did the chat correctly predict? We had 41 votes. Chesh got 70% of them. Turtle got 17%. Maddie got 9%, and Other only got 2%. And so the 70% of you were right.
High five.
Wait.
Other way.
Yay!
Yeah.
I did it.
All right.
Whew.
I'm waiting for
so-
Landon to like lean into his camera.
What we are actually primarily here to do, though, is to do my normal Tuesday shtick. But because we're not doing Kent with Bent, because Bent is off in bed, because, you know, he's taking the night off. Instead, we're going to do Carl Baugh. Carl Baugh. Yep, exactly. That is exactly the reaction that I'm hoping for.
Can I finish my drink first?
You sure? Now, speaking of Beethoven, though, I do want to point out that first, thank you guys so much. So as I'm sure most of you know, the dog Carmen, who is in fact the dog from the dog emoji on the channel, she recently had to go to the vet for some emergency care. She was put under anesthesia, and there was a firm lump of tissue where it ought not to be. So that there was some fine needle aspirations taken there, and they were tested. However, they were inconclusive. So we're hoping that on a follow-up, the vet can determine if there is still a lump of tissue where it ought not to be, and if so, maybe it needs to be biopsied. But in the meantime, this was an emergency visit to an emergency veterinary clinic, the only one that was open. So it was a pretty heavy hit for Bent, who is in fact a disabled veteran who had his career destroyed by the VA itself. And so we have asked for some help with that, and I did a number of fundraising streams, and there is a GoFundMe. I will be linking it in the chat, and we are currently at 92% funded on the GoFundMe. So I want to say thank you very much for that. Bent has said that he does not want to keep it open if it reaches the goal. He wants to, at that point, close it down because he's not trying to make any money off of this. He just wants to get to the point where it's just covered. Hey, look, Manya's here.
Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Wow, you actually
Hello.
sound like you have a microphone.
Lots of A's and Z's.
Oh,
and
do
Y's
I?
and-
It's on the laptop.
That
Well,
sounds
I mean-
better than you sound on Discord yesterday.
You sound good to me.
Damn.
Don't ask what Money and I do on Discord privately.
Okay.
So how come there's only 4 A's in your name? I thought you have like 5 or 6 or 7.
It varies.
Oh, that 10 raised to the power, 14,
No, that's
I guess.
the people who are angry at Manya who say Manya.
All right. So, by the way,
I
the
can't pronounce my name properly.
Yeah.
It's for them phonetically.
link to the GoFundMe is in the chat. There's only $175 left. So a message from Bent is, if you see that it requires a certain amount left, please don't give more than that, because he really doesn't need any more than what's on there. So, like right now, $175 is left. If you wanted to like give 200, please don't. Just give the 175 and be done with it. Or if like later on someone gives 50 and you want to come in, just don't go over it if you can, because Ben really doesn't want to make money on that. Roshina Lipsticked Equus Keller says, says for $4.99, my prediction, AIG will continue to be the bad kind of hemipene through 2025. No one wants you, Ham. Well, even AIG doesn't super want him because he's basically gone.
How could he gone from like his thing
He's basically retired at this point. He's the legacy CEO.
forcibly retired?
So the thing is, he's technically not retired, right? So technically,
That's what I mean, forcibly.
He's the legacy or whatever CEO.
So he gets to keep
Okay,
his health
Grandpa,
insurance.
it's time to go.
Right. There's another guy, Martin Isles, which is spelled weirdly, who is the like day-to-day actual guy running the show. And if anything, he's even more boring than Ken Ham. So.
How do you be more boring? I mean,
Look, we can't get into it too much.
That a lot of problems in the U.S., like especially politically speaking, boil down to someone please come get their pawpaw.
No, that's just accurate. That's just how it is.
Yeah,
but
like,
here's the thing:
Pawpaw's having a moment.
Get your
someone
boy,
come get him.
Speaking of someone's pawpaw that probably needs to be collected, say hello to quote unquote Dr. Carl Baugh, whose doctorate is somehow more fake than Kent Hovind's, because here's the difference, right? Kent Hovind went to an external organization and paid them to give him a piece of paper that said he had a degree.
Yeah.
Carl Baugh just made it up entirely. He didn't even go to a diploma mill. He just said he's a doctor one day.
Beautiful.
Before we start, I have one question.
Okay.
I have 2 tabs open under the same browser, and one is signed into Debate Hub, and one is signed into regular chess channel. Does it count as 2 viewers or no? Because I can switch it.
I do not know.
You know what? I'm gonna try. Look at the number really, really close, and I liked it on both, which everybody should.
I'm looking at 80 now.
Obviously, everybody switch to your alts. Make sure you like on all your accounts.
Now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna switch it on and see if it changes. I did get an ad.
Okay.
So there's that.
Well, that'll get me a little. That'll probably get me 0.2 pennies.
Well, I won't skip it.
Mr. Scientific Method using scientist for $2 says this is going to be a Baugh of Richard Carriers, and we will take a drink for that. Oh, hi Manya.
Hi Manya. Hi Proton. Say Proton hi.
Hello, Mr.
Happy New Year.
Proton.
He wishes you all Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not gonna show my face after this because I look horrible.
You look fine.
Also, I want to say this is Mr. Scientific Method. All right, Mr. Scientific Method using scientists. 3rd super chat. So here's one thing. I am incapable of individually adjusting audio. So if you think someone needs to speak up, the only thing I have for you is tag them and ask them to speak up.
Me? That's unusual. Me?
Yeah. So there is no way for me to individually balance them because this is StreamYard.
Thumbs up, if you please.
Yeah. I mean, they all sound pretty reasonable to me.
Hey, how's this? Is this better?
It's a bit louder. But
is that a little bit better? Let me know.
Yeah, let everybody let Chesh know. All right,
Did the number change? I
mean, it said 83. I don't know if it's that accurate that I can keep track of it minute by minute, second by second.
Damn it.
But here's what we will do. Here's what we will do is we will.
It is appropriate that we examine actual physical data and informational research.
Informational research. Remember that.
Informational research.
Informational.
Nani?
I have
Nani?
So
I have 2 different questions.
Go ahead.
First off, why are we in Mexico?
Good question.
What the hell is that rug?
I don't know. Okay, so
those are my questions.
This is the thing about Carl Baugh. Carl Baugh does not know how to speak English. And so in an effort...
Despite English being his first and only language?
I don't know if it's his only language. For all I know, he speaks... Actually, I do know he knows a little tiny bit of Spanish at least. So he might... And he also might know more Spanish than I'm giving him credit for. I've heard him speak a small bit of Spanish that seemed like it wasn't just completely rehearsed. So, like, he might have, like, a high school level Spanish. But,
Okay.
So, yeah, he does not know how to...
I only have enough Spanish to be judgmental at
Everyone's
Mexican
free in
restaurants.
America.
Okay. So let's see. He does not know how to speak English, but what he does know is that there are a whole bunch of fancy sounding words that his audience is generally not well informed enough to understand. And so he will just string a bunch of them together. And that is how he tries to sound smart. So that is a thing that we're going to acknowledge it now. And we'll probably make fun of it a few more times. But like, if you're not ready for him to just string a pile of words together that don't actually connect in any way, this is not the stream for you.
Does the picture on the whiteboard look like a stripper on a pole on a comically small Earth?
From this distance, yes, but I don't think that's actually what it is.
Hangman.
Could be that, yeah.
Is that a snake over there on the side?
It might be the snake
in a wood cabin.
It might be the snake from the Garden of Eden, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll get a few super chats. Pegajace for $5 says, I love that Carl had an entire episode of his show dedicated to effective communication. It's true he did.
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to give me that one because that is up my alley. That is like
I will try to
my
send that
That's
to you.
genuinely funny.
Yeah,
Please send that to me.
It's
Oh my goodness.
it is kind of amazing that this guy
God.
of all people thinks that he's qualified to talk about effective communication. Zimor42 says, I have actual alcohol tonight. Happy New Year. I'm being optimistic. Yeah, aren't we all? Rochelle Lipsticked Equus Keller for $1.99 says, Dapper, can you apply a de-urinating video filter? Unfortunately, I cannot without affecting the rest of everyone here, which would basically turn them all blue. So
Hurry up and make Dapper more money so he can hire me as producer so I can do it.
Hey.
I mean, Josh, do you think you have a way to like filter this on StreamYard?
Mm-hmm. What? No, why would I do it on
I
StreamYard?
don't fucking know.
What? No, I would take StreamYards and I would run it through vMix.
Well, I mean, I'm basically running it through OBS, but if all of StreamYard is coming through as one video source, so if I adjust the color on Carl here, it's going to adjust the color on everybody.
No, you put it in twice and then you crop out us on one side.
Oh yeah, but then when we switch,
Hey.
back to like, you know, the view where it's just the people talking, then the crop will be all messed up.
Yeah, you just said, oh, well, you're in OBS, so you can't have that happen automatically. But in vMix, you can have that happen automatically where it just turns that layer off. But you would have to manually turn it off in OBS. But you can still do it.
Okay. Anyway, here's Carl for more Carlness.
To see where the evidence really lies, there are only two concepts with any plausible candidacy for life origins and for
He's going to keep talking like that.
explaining the life
for
forms
life
that
origins.
Right, yeah. As if life origins is like an election or something.
Oh my god.
The thing is, one of his big habits is he'll take a word that does probably apply, like there are only two candidates. But instead, he'll use a different form of the word that's etymologically related, but that isn't actually appropriate. Like in this case, candidacy, which is a noun that refers to the condition of being a candidate in a political election. Sorry, go ahead.
You mean he baits and switches? Okay.
I mean,
This guy's thesaurus is like that. The binding is like falling apart on this guy's thesaurus.
Oh no.
This is before ChatGPT too.
Yeah, it is. Actually, ChatGPT would be more coherent.
Wrap up manually.
ChatGPT would actually do a better job.
Yeah.
we observe in nature.
I agree on that.
This has overtures.
Okay, so it's not a stripper.
What year is this?
Well, it's a geostripper.
Damn it.
So this is
what year?
This can't be. I don't think this can be any later than the early 90s.
Okay.
Because this was recorded on VHS.
Video
Okay.
quality.
This man has a Vegeta Widow's Peak.
What?
I thought it was like the on the Munsters.
Oh yeah.
Uncle.
Yeah. Is this supposed to be a virus injecting DNA into a cell?
No, that's an that's a fucking.
Oh!
And the
Listen,
fucking...
the tentacles threw me off.
Hey, listen, I'm here to help.
Didn't you know that sperm are just cephalopods?
Does this man think sperm have tentacles?
Yes.
He might.
What is that number there? So what is that diagram?
So I believe that this is a diagram of the so-called vapor canopy that Carl Baugh thinks surrounded the Earth before the flood.
Oh.
Oh, that's not what I thought it was at all.
Which I want to point out.
I thought it was an egg.
Always there chaos.
I want to point
Oh,
out,
egg and
he
pan.
also thinks that the vapor canopy was made of metallic hydrogen that was optically clear and also ice that blocked out light, allowing you to see the stars better.
How many megapounds of
Optically
wood would we have to
clear
burn
metallic
if the firmament was
Well,
real, the hot box the planet?
That's possible.
Yeah, no.
No.
It's possible
No.
for ice like that to exist. It is possible.
Well,
Hear me out.
Is
That's
it-
true. But
But-
a spherical shell of
yeah. That's what I'm saying. The
Sorry.
butt's coming.
Also,
I like
if
the
it's ice,
assumption
it
that
can't
a
be.
spherical shell of ice would not make the Earth beyond the ice insanely hot.
Well, the thing is, it wouldn't matter what a sphere of ice would do because it wouldn't be stable. It would immediately collapse.
right.
yeah, of
Like
course.
the only
No,
thing
but
that
now
would
I'm
do would be
wondering
crash
about-
Earth.
The albedo versus effectively hotbox effect.
Well, so here,
I
so here's the
I
thing.
don't
Remember,
I have one
Metallic
question.
hydrogen is, I mean, given I'm thinking about the I don't think it's going to be essentially transparent to optical wavelengths.
it's not. No, it's not. Metallic
No, I mean,
hydrogen is not optically clear.
Yeah.
But it is according to
What
Carl
ice?
Baugh. And also, the ice blocks out the light from the stars, allowing the light from the stars to be more easily visible.
What
That-
the fuck?
What?
I just threw my pencil across the
The ice of
That
of-
makes
Response.
absolutely no sense.
the ice of the
I do not
canopy.
like that we are 2 drinks into this and I'm almost done.
Yeah,
this
well,
beer.
Yeah,
ice-
man.
according to Carl Baugh,
Be like
the
me.
ice of the canopy blocks out light from the stars, making them easier to see.
If I'm like you, Manya, do you have to be like
What,
me?
the ice to see or the stars to see?
It makes it easier to see the stars because the ice blocks out
So-
some of the light from the stars.
So, is he trying to say that the light that reaches the Earth from the stars is so bright that it blinds people? Therefore, the ice is acting as some kind of a filter.
No, his
Yeah, like
Bruh.
his
starlight causes their own light pollution.
his reason his reasoning is that because his polarized pink sunglasses allow him to see better outside sometimes, that
Oh
if
my
the
God.
ice also filtered out
Oh
the same
no.
wavelengths
Oh.
and
Honey.
polarization as his sunglasses, that therefore the stars would be
Honey.
easier to see.
Has
Sweet
he ever
baby.
been to a fucking frozen lake? Like a proper frozen lake, or on a mountain with snow.
It wouldn't
On a
matter.
sunny day.
It wouldn't
Like,
matter.
bruh.
This is a guy who is fundamentally not interested in evidence or logic or facts,
Yo, dog, I
So
would
it
like to
wouldn't matter.
introduce you to the concept called snow blindness.
right?
Yeah.
So we're just gonna continue on because look, I don't want to spill all the crazy beans before the video does.
Yeah, nah. Don't,
Okay,
don't do
okay,
that.
okay. Yeah,
I
we've
don't like
watched
beans.
Alright,
0.2 seconds.
That-
You play with them. Don't
For
you dare. say you don't
cosmology,
like
the entire universe must be explained in the same context. The only alternatives are naturalistic evolutionary progression, ever increasing complexity, at least in some areas of the universe, in contrast to the scientific creation model, which holds.
Cosmology and fucking evolution are not the same fucking thing, you fucking moron, asshole, nincompoop, despective, modeling asshole.
I think Manya wins the F count.
Who wants to donate to Manya's F-bomb account because she
Oh,
currently
shit,
owes
damn
me?
it. Ah, Listen.
Manya forgot she wasn't on my show.
hmm
you're right. Oh god, shit. Yeah, I'm allowed to swear all I want on Tish's show. Like,
I mean, technically you're allowed to here. I just mandate a $10 super chat tax
Oh,
that I
So
have
I think
been
you might
very.
owe him like $25.
Look,
so what? If I swear I have to give $10 or something, is that what it is?
Yeah.
So the answer is yes, but the enforcement mechanism so far has just been nothing. So, you know, do whatever you do. Do what you feel. Do what your heart leads you to.
Memberships would probably also be acceptable.
But only if it's gifting 2 of them.
Credence academically, which holds up. Well, let's examine that extensively. In the last
If we must.
lecture, we just had a simple overview of the evolutionary concept, and then
I didn't do this one because I don't really care about his straw man of science. I want to hear what he thinks is the case, which I believe is more of what this lecture is. So,
Okay.
an abbreviated overview of the concept of creation.
wait, are we doing this extensively, Carl, or is this abbreviated? Come on, man.
There you go, Dapper.
Be
All right.
consistent, dude. Come on.
Manya for 10 Kiwi bucks says that maudlin dyspeptic nincompoop. Thank you very much, Manya.
You're welcome.
And
You're
then-
welcome. Well, I put the money in the swear jar, right? You got
Yes, you did. And then Ambi Carcinogistics Z for $5 with their 5th super chat. Thank you very much. Says, "Oh, Carl Baugh, where's your Saiyan pride?"
2 things. You a real
love
one,
it. I love
Ambi.
it.
And second off, I like your lipstick in your profile picture.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Where's your Saiyan pride?
Oh.
Ah, it's over 9,000. If we get a 9 over
What?
9,000,
How is
joke
this
in here
possible?
somewhere, I'm gonna be a very happy camper.
Aiden's Miscellany with their first super chat here. Thank you so much, Aiden's Miscellany. Says, "I'm going to put a tenner in the swear jar because that was a delightful sweary rant," and it was. It
There
really
you go,
was.
Manya.
Yeah. Good job, Mike.
What can I
Alright.
say? You're welcome.
What can I say except
Although,
you're welcome?
you know what
Okay,
though?
Can we point
Dapper,
out
if
that
somebody
Maddie
were-
sung that better than The Rock did?
Yes, she did. That was awesome.
Thank you.
So Dapper, if someone were to put an F-bomb in a super chat that you had to read, would you then put $10 in your own swear jar?
Ooh, that is a
Type out an F-bomb into a super chat.
Oh yeah,
have
you
to find
can.
a
That's true.
workaround.
Yeah, they'll censor it.
Mhm.
Especially in English, YouTube is like
Oh.
weirdly censorious when it comes to super chats.
I think that's because America is weirdly censorious on its own.
I mean, that's not entirely incorrect.
And
Americans get really, really
And-
mad when anybody they don't there's only America and not America.
Yeah.
And I've gone on this rant a handful of times, so I won't do it again.
don't get me started on that.
Look, two of the people
Yeah, well,
here
you're
live
a
in not
white
America.
Karen, Manya, shut up.
Yeah, right. Somebody called me a fucking white Karen. What the fuck was that? Huh? Nani? I'm from India. I was born and brought up in India. I am brown by skin. Has anyone ever looked at my skin?
You've
I'm
also
brown. What the
immigrated
fuck?
to a standardly white space as well. It's just not America.
Yeah, again. And I'm moving to a standardly white place, which is not America, again. So it's like, come on.
I tried to
Sorry?
talk her into moving to Canada, guys, but she didn't. She didn't. I couldn't convince her.
Oh, come on, Manya. Canada's so much closer to all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to die. You know, my parents are gonna find me and kill me. You know, like
It
if
would have
they
been
did,
the same.
Okay,
amount of
Canada is a
firepower.
big place. They might not be able to find you.
Oh, you have no idea. My mom's jandal acts like a satellite, a satellite prong. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well,
It's
here we
not
go.
point in the right direction.
We found essentially that the dinosaurs, which are used to illustrate evolutionary processes,
Are they any more than any other animal? I mean,
Plants
whatever.
are
Yeah.
used much more than that, if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dapper.
I mean, this thing, I don't know if I could pick out the taxon that is used the most to demonstrate evolution.
Well, but the point
Isn't
here,
it
right, is that-
hominids, right? Isn't that part of the thing usually?
I don't know. There was overtalk there, so I have no idea what anyone said.
Sorry.
sorry, what is it? The point here is that to Carl Baugh, dinosaurs, evolution, cosmology, and Big Bang, these are synonyms.
Yeah, that's basically true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Jeez.
But also, isn't usually the hominids sort of thing? Isn't that usually the
See, that's the thing. I don't know.
March of progress.
I mean, yeah, hominins and hominids more broadly are another great example of evolution. I don't know if I could put a number on how much any given lineage is used to give examples of evolution, and I don't know why anyone would care which one it is.
I have a question.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
It's
Why-
going to relate
why-
to
why do-
classification.
Okay.
If vegetables aren't a real classification, which
Mhm.
they are not, they are a term, a culinary term.
Right.
If vegetable is not a technical term, what is a salad?
Oh, a salad is a collection of plant parts that are edible and generally on the savory end of the flavor spectrum, unless it's specifically a fruit
Berry
salad.
salad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Could
can
not
we talk
have
about, like,
proliferated
leaves?
under those
Yeah.
naturalistic.
All right.
So couldn't you say a salad like typically contains leaves?
I think you could use like
Yeah.
a leaf-based dish with various mix-ins that can
Or-
include savory or sweet flavors.
Maybe that's
It might be better to say like leaves or vegetable greens. Not vegetable, sorry, because like roots, right? Like a carrot greens, you can use those. But anyway,
Those still are
Yeah,
leaves.
oh, let's listen to Carl Baugh.
Okay, Carl
Let's
Baugh.
listen to him.
Areas in which they supposedly lived. No canopy, no added pressure, because that would require a supernatural interference.
I mean, look, we'll take a drink for that. He is right. It would require supernatural interference to keep a canopy up there. Because it's physically impossible.
Is his assumption that dinosaurs couldn't have existed without the atmosphere being a higher pressure?
Yes, it
What-
is.
Okay.
Because he thinks that they would have needed a higher partial pressure of oxygen to oxygenate their bodies, because he is an idiot who thinks they had lungs like lizards.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
cool.
Which, spoiler alert, no, they had lungs
But
that were much more
wait.
like bird lungs.
Also,
Yeah, because birds.
that for a
Yeah,
second,
birds can. You know.
because
that-
suppose
Mhm.
that statement was true, that they
Okay.
needed a higher partial pressure of oxygen. We know the relative percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere has been higher in the past, so
Yes.
ipso facto higher. Like, right, you don't need a magical canopy.
Maddie, I think you're forgetting that the Bible says that there's a firmament, so yes, you do.
Oh, you're right. I did forget that part.
Mhm.
Okay.
You know what? I just appreciate that he's acknowledging that it has to be magic.
Look, that's better
Yeah,
than a lot of
I
young
do
Earth
appreciate
creationists. Yeah.
Yeah, that is
did
a lot
actually
better
get
than most of the
Kent
time.
Hovind to acknowledge that the firmament has to be magic in that one debate I did with him years
Nice.
ago.
But if
That
you're
made me
willing
happy.
to accept that the
Nice.
firmament is magic, why can we not say that the arc is magic?
Because the
And
more things
Babel is magic.
the more things you say are magic,
Revolution is magic.
well, the thing is, the more things you say are magic, the less plausible your idea sounds compared to science, which does not ever invoke magic.
I
That's
don't
why.
know, because if you're gonna build your theology on there is magic,
They
does it
tried that,
seem
didn't
not
work.
silly to not use that?
I mean,
They tried, it didn't work.
well, the thing, I am telling you why they do it. You don't have to agree with their reasoning, but their reasoning is that the more magic they invoke, the less scientific they seem.
So
And
they
that's a problem
admit
for them.
that what they're saying and selling doesn't sound credible by fiat.
I mean, they don't admit it explicitly, but yeah, that is the implication.
Yeah, all right.
They have
okay.
to understand it on some level in their like private board meetings, right? I
Oh,
think they
like-
probably
like
don't
when
say it out
when
loud.
The Beyond the Curve got the this is bad.
They don't say
Yeah.
this part out loud. But
Roshin, a lipstick Equus Keller for $4.99 says a salad has mayonnaise. That's the only definition. Potato salad. You know?
Yum.
Potets. The potets.
So I think the real answer
like
is that
mayonnaise.
potato is much like many other words, a word that doesn't actually have a firm definition, and some things just kind of end up in that definition. Like cheesecake, I'd say cheesecake is a pie, but I'm not going to be able to change the way that English refers to that dish, even though I say it's
I
a pie.
I thought you were going to argue that a cheesecake is a potato, and I almost
No.
lost my mind.
No, I will not be arguing for that.
Pie? Does a pie
yeah.
not have to have like a top layering of some kind?
No.
It needs to. Not, yeah.
Crust
It
and
needs to
filling.
have a base. Yeah. Crust and filling.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all.
A
it
bottom
needs.
crust.
Yeah, but a filling
Yes.
implies an inside between two pieces. It's filling
No,
something.
no, no.
It's filling the
Because think of a
depression.
pie plate.
Yeah.
So the minimum is the base,
Oh yeah,
the
because
bottom
pumpkin
circle.
pie doesn't have a layer until
plus the
I put the
sides.
whipped cream on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, hey, Alton Brown agrees with me about cheesecake. Nice. I do want to say we did 24 minutes ago get an anonymous donation to Ben's GoFundMe, which now puts us at 95% of the way there. So
Oh, wow.
we only need
Awesome.
doing math, $75, get it to 100%. And again, if you do want to donate to that, please feel free. I know Ben would greatly appreciate it, but do not donate more, something that would take you over the amount, because that amount is calculated so that it just offsets the vet bill minus a few bucks. So, and Ben has said that he does not want this to be like a thing where he profits off of it. He is just asking for help with a single unexpected vet bill. So do not give more than $75. I mean, I can't stop you, but you know. All right, here we go.
And that would require some catastrophe, such as a global flood, to destroy that canopy.
Dude, if
Why
it
would a
requires...
global flood destroy the canopy that's like...
What about gravity?
Yeah, okay, look, man. If your global canopy requires continuous miraculous intervention to exist in the first place, it does not require any special calamity. It just requires a cessation of the magic that sustains it, right? It's like, think about it in like Dungeons and Dragons terms, right? Let's say I cast the light spell, and in my homebrew version of the light spell, it's a concentration spell. What does it take for the light spell in that case to go away? Oh, for me to lose concentration. That's it. That means I'm stopping with the magic, and now it's gone.
Oh no!
Yes.
That's what your ice canopy is. God is the wizard in this case, and he's maintaining concentration on the ice canopy spell. And all that has to happen is he just loses concentration, whether voluntarily, or, I don't know, maybe because he took 1d12 damage from an orc barbarian. I have no idea.
I have a question.
Someone threw a
Wait, but
stone at
Dapper?
Yes?
Is Carl Baugh invoking both a wizard and I think I'll try defying gravity?
I mean, yeah, by means of a wizard.
I mean, she's already a witch. So
Too
All right.
late, 'cause I'm defying. I have watched that movie too many times, and it makes me so happy.
I'm assuming you liked it.
We have a couple super chats. My Unfinished Journey for $10 says, for the swear jar, cheesecake is a vegetable. I don't think I can go that far with you. Roshan Lipstick Equus Keller for $1.99 says, the strong nuclear force is Jesus' blood. That's actually a thing I've heard people claim. Seriously.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's a thing that has been claimed, is that the strong nuclear force is actually like the power of Jesus' blood holding reality together.
Calling on the Ginyu Force.
No, like, okay, I was once at a Christ in Youth event as a teen.
Baby Maddie.
And Baby Maddie. They were talking about something biology, and here's what I remember. They showed a picture of like some kind of like zoomed in on a cell. It doesn't matter what they were showing, and they zoomed in on a shape that was like this. And they were like, the whole room applauded. I'm back here peeling off my emo black nail polish so I don't go insane. It's like, look, the cross of Jesus is in the very DNA. And I just
God, even I didn't go.
Teenage Maddie had theological problems with that.
Yeah, I would hope so. Landon Knoll for $10 says, use the bag of eggplant emoji that is a angstrom I circumflex G with exclamation mark emojis, auto swear jar. So thank you very much.
Landon found a way to break the system, and he's going to get banned from YouTube again.
Yay!
All right, here we go.
So that's absolutely impossible to introduce supernaturalism. Well, according to naturalistic thinking, that is. Let's take...
No.
Naturalistic.
Well, okay, to be fair,
he's jumping, but he's crossing the streams on philosophical ideologies and scientific theories. Now, I am not going to be somebody who's going to tell you that philosophy and
I forgot to drink for Landon's
literally the same thing, because I will literally tell you that. But that's go watch my philosophy show for that. But he is crossing these things
Bye, Manya.
between, like, he's
Yeah.
Methodological naturalism is not the same thing as like philosophical naturalism.
It's true.
Wow, it's almost like those are two different branches of philosophy or something.
Wild.
Facts. Let's just examine this thing academically.
What does
Would
that
love to.
mean to him,
yeah.
though? Because this isn't an academic setting. We're not in a college. We're not writing a paper. There's nothing academic going on here. It's just
He
some
has
guy
a
in a
whiteboard,
church.
Dapper.
It's a
Dapper,
church
he has a whiteboard.
Okay, sure.
He's got markers too.
Yeah. Look at his diagram. That we
got a
thought
double
was
chin,
a
too.
tentacle sperm.
I mean, to be fair, it could still be tentacle sperm. He hasn't said it's not tentacle sperm.
He hasn't said
You
it's not
can
tentacle sperm.
kind of be a naturalist Christian as well if you believe that God just instigated things and only operates within what is physically possible in the world that he started.
Well, yeah. So another thing that I've definitely heard is that, like, in a theological perspective, you don't need to like, this is a minority view in Christianity, but it's an existing theological viewpoint that you don't need to believe in any of the miracles as literal, right? They are almost all like referencing that thing in Isaiah that's like, the prisoners will be freed, the hungry fed, the sick cured, right? And like there's an interpretation of like the feeding of the 5,000 that is everyone was generous and shared, right? Like as like a community building story, right? Like that's a minority view, but there are absolutely like Christians, there's like absolute there's theology inside of Christianity that doesn't actually require like magic, you know?
Yeah, believe it or not, you're allowed to be a Christian and not have to listen to this person.
Yeah, wild.
All right, here we
Yeah,
go.
you're allowed. Yeah.
The pre-flood model, or the creation model, is based on actual scientific evidence that in the past there had to be a context with at least 2 atmospheres of pressure and enriched oxygen for the
2 atmospheres pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get another drink.
Also, a
And-
context of 2 atmospheres pressure?
Yeah, he has no idea what that word means. He just means there has to have been 2 atmospheres worth of atmospheric pressure, or basically 2 times current atmospheric pressure and enriched oxygen, apparently. And he has done this on the basis of absolutely nothing other than, if that were true, it would be convenient for him.
Yeah.
Pillowpunk, half dog, half canine for $5 says, the problem with all these fancy schmancy scienticians is they never consider the possibility that a wizard did it. It's true. They they do not generally acknowledge that possibility.
You're not wrong.
It could have been a witch, you know, too.
I mean, that's also possible. Or a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Or maybe a cleric, a paladin, a ranger, a druid.
Here's the math. Here's how you get to, we had to have this pressure in the past. You need to figure out, like, what the different composition of the atmosphere would have been in the past based off of some sort of like relative abundance of like elements and molecules in the the protosolar disk. And that's not the right word, but I can't think of the right word. Landon,
you're talking about the planetary disk.
Yeah, the disk that becomes all the planets.
Yes.
If it doesn't get blown away. Anyway, that disk. So you can figure out like relative abundance and what elements will form in what location, like will come together by elements that I mean like different minerals and things like that. You can figure out what's going to come together at different distances from the star based off of their temperature, and then you use that to propose the composition of a primordial atmosphere of Earth, and then you need to calculate the changes in density to that atmosphere over 4 billion years from Gene's escape.
I mean, but Mandy, do you think he's thinking about like after the late bombardment period where maybe
he doesn't believe in the late bombardment period, Landon.
He doesn't believe in the late heavy bombardment?
No, of course not.
How does the moon be?
God created it by fiat.
But why flat mare, bumpy highlands then?
God did it that way.
Oh,
Of course you don't like it. It's Carl Baugh.
how?
We got a few things here.
How did God do it that way?
By speaking.
How?
With his voice.
With his voice in the void.
Oh.
Yes.
You can hear God scream in space.
Right. He's that powerful. He's
He's
way more powerful than Ellen Ripley, you guys.
Yeah.
We've got a couple things here. Let's see. Rochelle Lipsticked Equus Keller.
Equus. I'm loving that name. Every time you read it, it makes me so happy.
Says, what holds up the canopy? It can't be perfectly balanced because small g isn't constant around the planet. We've already found out. It's literally just a miracle. He has just been open about it. It's magic. It's held up against the laws of physics by the direct action of God.
How strong would your vertical winds need to be constant globally to support this ice canopy?
None, because God is holding it up, not the winds.
Is God
not even the Atlas?
Because
we
only see one set of footprints in the sand.
Sure, maybe. I mean, there's literally no explanation except it's a miracle. And stop asking questions. Carl Baugh needs this physically impossible thing to happen. He knows it's physically impossible, and so he just says, miracle. That's it. That's all there is. Also, this has been super stupid. I'm taking a drink.
Does he actually use the word miracle, or does he use something else?
I think he said the power of God or something like that. Which just comes down to it's a miracle.
Yeah.
The dinosaurs with their small lung capacities to live at all. At the same time...
Okay. Dinosaurs did not and do not have small lung capacities. If anything, the lung capacity of a dinosaur is way better than that of any mammal.
What does he think lung capacity is? We need to know that first.
Well, maybe he'll tell us.
The pterosaurs, the flying dinosaurs, could not fly in our current atmosphere, but under 2 atmospheres of pressure, they could fly as long as essentially they wanted to.
This is just untrue. Pterosaurs could fly in the modern atmosphere. There's nothing about their biomechanics or their respiratory system or anything that would prevent it.
Hold on, only because I don't trust anything that comes out of Carl Baugh's mouth. Science team, assemble. Is it harder or easier to fly in higher pressure?
So drag is going to be higher, but so is lift. So you're going to have to provide more thrust, but you don't have to worry as much about lift. So you might have to flap more, but you could have a smaller wing, say.
But getting off the ground is generally the hardest part. Puppy KM.
Yeah,
but
that's
that's
getting people off the viscosity.
But getting off the ground is primarily going to be a factor to do with the force of gravity, which is not changing under his idea.
No. But your weight is doubled.
No, it's not. Why would your weight be doubled?
No, not the weight.
I'm stupid. Sorry. The
pressure applies just as much up as it does down at a single altitude.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, that was a dumb thing that I said. Cool.
That's why there were some species of, I think so, the dinosaurs who were moving towards evolution of birds. Correct me, I'm Dapper. That they used to live on hilltops because so that they could just jump down and just like.
So that was an idea.
Instead of.
That was an idea.
Lift off.
That was an idea that was popular at one point, and I don't think that there is any current support. It looks like
not current, but at that, like not even in that time.
No, I mean I don't think that scientists currently have found support for that idea. So it is not a current
species living at high altitude.
Yeah, so there was an idea that pterosaurs may have been bad at flying, and therefore they need to drop off of cliffs or run off of hills.
Yeah.
That's turns out not to be the case. One of the reasons it was thought to be the case is originally it was thought that pterosaurs launched into the air like birds, which is to say they just jumped with their hind legs, which is what birds do, right? When a bird takes off, it basically just jumps with its hind legs. But it turns out we actually have trackways from pterosaurs where they took flight, and when a pterosaur is about to take off, it actually pushes into the ground with its forelimbs, which also have the downstroke muscles, which are already very, very strong because it's the downstroke muscles. So pterosaurs actually launched into the air with all 4 limbs, but most of that power actually comes from the wings, not the legs.
Okay. Don't be too hard about Maddie not knowing about lift and drag in different atmospheres. She's been busy defying gravity.
I've been busy
True.
defying gravity,
Although
everyone.
I thought your PhD was in like the atmosphere. I thought you were a doctor of atmosphere.
I am a doctor of meteorology.
But
However,
so Manuel, here's what I'm thinking is that essentially one of the things about when we flight in a denser atmosphere is that you have much more drag. Your turbulence is also going to be much more problematic because you're going to have much more forces if you're and so forth.
Yeah.
But turbulence is generally good for big flying, like for birds, right? Because they ride thermals a lot.
But thermals, I'm talking about being able to stay.
Okay.
We got a couple super chats. Rochina Lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says, Kent Hovind at least claims the Messner effect keeps up the ice canopy even though there's 0 superconductors involved. Yeah, he seems to think that ice just is a superconductor, which is weird.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Rochina Lipstick to Equus Keller for $1.99 says, we humans sent a helicopter to Mars, Maddie. That's true, we did. It did crash recently, but it did fly for quite a while.
Yeah.
We're gonna actually, you know what? I am going to give us a quick break that's only gonna last a small amount of time, because I am going to go grab some not technically champagne. Because we are about to get a new year here at the East Coast. So we will be
time to stop hacking up a lung.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Thanks.
Next time on Star Trek Lexington.
Captain's Log, Stardate 6652.1. The Lexington has been ordered by Admiral Stoker to the planet Taurus 2 in the Murasaki of the U.S. of the whole landing party, led by Commander Spock. The Admiral believes that the ionic storms the planet is known for may be connected to potential Tilakal ruins under the surface, and we are tasked with investigating. We'll have to visit the planet covertly, because the natives are still in their Stone Age, and they're also known to be aggressive and stand about 3 meters tall. So not only is the Prime Directive a concern, but they pose a significant physical threat to any landing party personnel. I'm organizing a landing party, and I'm considering issuing phaser rifles set to stun, but I'll consult with Mr. Croc about that.
The crew will find the Taurians are much changed, which may be a rare blessing. However, contradictory sensory readings and ion storms will strand the landing party. Can they navigate reality-breaking energies, dangerous environments, and natives still protected by the Prime Directive to get back home? Was the Murasaki 312 Nebula a former Tilakal stronghold, as Admiral Stoker suspects? Find out next time on Star Trek Lexington, only on the Top Hats Off channel. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. I now have some not champagne to drink, because in a couple minutes it is going to be a new year over on the East Coast. So, while we are waiting for that last little bit of time to tick down, there we go. Rochina Lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says, did God use magic or spirit arts to keep the canopy afloat? That is a good question. I'm going to go with magic.
It wasn't voodoo. I tell you that much.
No, apparently God
You need Catholicism to interact with West African religions before you get full.
Yeah. And Catholicism definitely didn't exist before the flood.
Right. So
we can all agree with that.
We can all agree on that.
I'm not a master of said voodoo. Who told you that? Somebody's been lying to you.
By the way, there are a bunch of
Do we have a bunch of countdown timers, by the way?
No, but there's a bunch of fireworks going on outside. I have no idea if they're audible to people. Also, I don't think it's technically legal to set off fireworks today here. So
I haven't heard a single firework yet.
Oh,
and
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
my husband was
December into January in Canada, and it's kind of either raining or snowing at this point. So it doesn't terribly surprise me, but it's a little bit mild out. And the people around where I live are pretty rowdy, so I'm kind of a little bit surprised that I haven't heard any, but I'm down with it. It means we get to hang out with my dog.
Yay!
Hey.
You know, oddly enough, the dogs here don't seem to care very much about fireworks. They're just like, oh, okay. Every once in a while, Carmen goes out and borks a bit. But
That's good.
Rochina Lipstick to Equus Keller says, Dapper Dinosaur doesn't believe God could commune with nature. No, because God, whatever, I don't know.
10, 9,
Is God a druid? Question mark.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy East Coast.
Happy New Year, East Coast.
Happy East Coast New Year.
Kampai. And my internet broke.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. It was only in the one window. I got a different browser open for this.
Why does this not champagne taste vaguely like honey?
Is it mead?
No, I mean, if it is, it's mislabeled.
Oh.
Could just be me.
All you've told me about what you're drinking is that it's not champagne. That leaves a lot of options open.
I mean, look, it's a California sparkling white wine.
Sparkling white wine. Ah, I see.
Made with champagne grapes.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, but is it champagne? Well, not if you're in Europe. D. Hutchins with their first super chat on the channel. Thank you so much for $10. Says, Dapper, I have been rendering for you since 2023. Do you like all the Royalin and CPUs and GPUs? Yes, I very much appreciate it. Yeah.
You're the reason why we even have the openings and trailers for the Lexington show.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, you're a huge.
Thank you.
Have provided a huge portion of the points I have on my render farm.
Cheers
also
to you, sir.
Yeah, we'll take a drink for that.
I should have put my next beer in the freezer.
Maya Atkinson, who's been a member for 20 months and is at the amniote level, says, Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you too, Maya. Okay. I think we are ready for more Carl. By the way, I am...
longer than 3 seconds?
What's longer than 3 seconds?
Can we put a 5-second counter on the board somewhere? And see if we can
because that will require work.
Seconds?
I'll just count.
But I can do it.
I'll count.
Okay.
By the way, Madam Pele is doing some nice fireworks for the East Coast people, so.
Nice.
In the spirit of things.
Yeah. By the way, my plan is basically every hour or so, I'm going to pour a little bit of champagne, and we're going to drink some of that. I did get that from chat. I didn't make that one up. Liz D, for $5, says, Happy New Year, Carl. Baugh is a bag of AIGs, and AIG is a bag of Kent Hovind's Kentception. We'll take a drink.
That's good.
Thank you very much. All right.
If anybody's curious, I'm eating popcorn because I have zero respect for Carl.
Okay. All right. Here, speaking of Carl, though, here we go.
And Terry brought
and particularly with enriched oxygen. And that's what we have illustrated in the fossil record. But let's get to the information.
I just want to point out, enriched oxygen doesn't mean anything. What he means is enriched with oxygen.
Yeah.
Right, because enriched oxygen, I guess that just means oxygen with a lot of money, which doesn't mean anything.
Wait, could it be oxygen of a specific isotope?
No, because he doesn't know enough to talk about that. Maddie, you are always giving him way too much credit. You're like, what way could I possibly take this that could make it make sense? But the problem is, every time you do that, you talk about things he just doesn't understand.
I know. Listen, what I want to do is take the words out of his mouth and try to make them mean something. I don't think he means what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just I'm just trying to make it make sense in a very literal way because I think that's funny.
Okay, but hear me out. I propose 2 drinking rules.
Okay.
1, drink if we don't make 5 seconds.
We did that time.
That was not 5 seconds.
It absolutely was. I counted.
There's no way.
Oh, so we got a super chat here. Roshino Lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says, Oh, God can no longer use spirit arts because he massacred all the nature spirits in the flood. How'd I forget that fact?
Right.
Is that before or after the koalas got ejected to Australia?
That would be before.
And by the way, did the koalas bounce off of the canopy?
No, because the canopy had already collapsed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what the flood was.
Come on, Landon. Get your flood mythology right.
Yeah.
Just
I propose a number of an amount of time, and we don't make that amount of time, we drink. And if Maddie tries to make it make too much sense, we drink.
No, I have to be awake tomorrow.
just a Peach 03, who's been a member for 33 months and is at the tetrapod level, says, D. Hutchins and I are glad you appreciate the rendering. I really do. It is a huge deal. I'm currently, I believe,
I appreciate it, and I'm not even doing the rendering.
I believe I'm currently at 1.4 billion points, and that is like at least 1 billion of those have to be D. Hutchins running computers. Also, I want to say, Robert Carpenter, 22 minutes ago, did in fact get us to 100% on Bent's Carmen fundraiser.
Yay.
So thank you so much to Anonymous and Robert Carpenter for getting us the rest of the way there. It really means a lot.
I sold my car.
Nice. Okay. I'm very grateful that you guys can come together when there is a need and we can help out, whether it be Vishanti's rather emergency keep living fund, or Bent's emergency dog fund. I really do appreciate that.
Vishanti's allowed to exist fund.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's largely what it is. Pegajace for $2 says ICBM equals intercontinental ballistic marsupial. Or monitoring, because I'm sure the platypus and the echidnas got there the exact same way. All right, here we go. Here's some more Carl.
Involved, the actual energy. How is all of this supported by actual design? Well, again, let's take the facts as they are. Now that you've had a short break, let's...
I didn't have a short break, but whatever.
Let's get down to some heavy thinking.
Heavy thinking.
Okay, not light thinking.
Okay. All I'm thinking is
the Earth today,
Brown.
taking the entire volume of the Earth.
Okay.
It has been found that all of the elements react or interact with each other in one way or another, plus or minus.
I mean,
well,
sure.
I feel
Go
like
on.
Hold on. I feel like there are some noble elements that don't
There's
so much.
Words happening
No, to be fair, and we found in interstellar space
Garble, man.
compounds of helium and hydrogen. They're weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the noble gases are no longer inert. But what does anybody interact? Do they bounce off each other? Do they?
I don't know.
They have a tango? What's?
It's not very clear to me what he actually means.
From a chemical compound? What?
We got a couple super chats. My Unfinished Journey for $2 says the canopy is clearly supported by rainbow arches. Ah, of course. That solves the problem. And then DM hiding from Dapper Dinosaur for $2 says ICBM equals idiotic Carl Baugh monologue. Very nice.
I like the idea that the rainbow just did not exist until after the flood.
Right. Because light refraction didn't exist.
To like the color spectrum or prismatic or anything like a rain and sunlight just never happened ever until after the flood.
Yep.
So which means there should be no historical record. Then again, there also should be no historical record before the flood either.
Right. So I mean, what that actually means is all through history we would have had records of rainbows because our current historical records don't start until after the flood anyway.
Well, I mean, also technically, you would also have. You should also, if the theory, the idea is that things are sorted by their density in the flood, and that's why you get like the layout of the fossil record, right? Mm-hmm. But where are the humans?
At the very, very top, only in basically what most people call post-flood rock, if they're flood geology types.
Right, but why?
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Minus is really all of chemistry in life is just boy, girl, plus minus. Male.
Just take a drink.
And
are
female.
the women the minus?
That's what makes everything go.
The minus.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think he would say that that men are the positive and women are the negative.
Is that like anode cathode type things?
Yeah.
Joe White for $5 says, suddenly I need an RPG that works in diluvian physics. You know what? I would be interested to see what you come up with. So, go make it. I would be interested. For $1.99, Roshan Lipstick Equus Keller says, the Great Pyramid is pre-flood architecture. So there actually have been some people who tried to make that claim. Most professional young Earth creationists do not agree. They say that
professional young Earth creationists.
This is Carl Baugh's job.
Well, he should be better at it.
Well, I mean, sure, but like there are a bunch of professional young Earth creationists.
Now, there's a lot of people that are bad at their jobs too.
Well, I mean, so here's the thing, right? His job is to keep people believing what he believes, and I'm not actually sure he's that bad at that.
What's that lady?
That's gotta be a lot of pressure, man.
Yeah. What's that?
The one with there's a woman who works with Ken Ham on his Ham and Eggs morning show.
I mean, there's a bunch of them.
The woman with the degree.
There are at least 2 of those.
The one with the older one with the biology, I think it's a biology degree that is mostly retired.
Georgia Purdom.
Georgia, thank you. Georgia is bad at her job.
I would tend to agree that, yeah, Georgia is not terribly great at her job.
Round. Isn't that what makes you go around? No matter which side you're on. That's true of chemistry, just pluses and minuses, positives and negatives. And that explains all of biological and physical life. Well, within the elemental...
I think he's trying to go with, because chemistry is fundamentally to do with the electromagnetic force, because it's governed primarily by differences in charges between ions and atoms and whatnot.
What the fuck?
Therefore, he can be reductive and say that that's all that life is positive and negative charges.
That's
we don't get to drink for that
that's
because
not...
that's not Maddie try to make what this guy says make sense.
I mean,
what he's trying to do is he's trying to smell. He's 14 and this is very deep.
Yeah, basically.
That's what he's trying to do.
It's about energy levels in the fucking... Okay, what the fuck, man? My dad's a chemistry professor, and I'm sitting here, I'm just like going back to my basics.
This is what Anya doesn't have her own show on Dapper's channel.
You should send him this. Send your dad this video.
That would be hilarious.
No, my dad will kill me. He'll kill me. He's like, is this what you're watching on YouTube nowadays? Really? Did I raise you? Did I get you educated to do this? Really?
Even better. Send this to your dad as if you agree with it.
Yes.
Oh, come on, Chesh. You hate me, don't you?
Lipstick.
So I think it would be funny to do to your dad what he does to you sometimes.
Lipstick to Equus Keller for $1.99 says the neutron cries in the corner.
More than 70, man. I
mean, there's mass, and I agree with that statement because mass is certainly part of it.
Yes.
The orbitals. Shell sizes and so forth are certainly part of
the uncertainty principle. Like anyone remembers that? Oh my god!
I mean, I remember it.
Yeah. By the way, the neutron's one of my favorite subatomic particles.
I know. Landon wanted to name my cat Dr. Neutron. I was just like, nice.
I would name a kitty cat Neutron. And a neutron is a great choice for a subatomic particle.
Wait, what about...
I chose Proton, and now it's sticking there. He's not responding to anything.
What about muons?
I mean,
what's wrong with muons?
And of course, the weirdest.
No one even answers. How dare you?
Nothing. They're just not my favorite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chesh, remember that time I hit your character with an anti-muon beam?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also remember that was when I got bashed in the face, right?
Yeah, basically.
And I knew. Did you say?
And I took it like a champ. And
well,
I was like, it's fine.
I mean,
I trust my party members.
I mean, you did collapse
remember that
into
time
unconsciousness.
I stole your character's brain?
Remember that time that you metagamed my character not dying when I jumped and missed a rope?
But what,
yeah.
What was the anti-neutron flux, muon flux? I mean, if it's like a particle per second, who cares, right?
Oh, it was very high. It was high enough to cause the character to lose consciousness immediately.
Ooh.
But we never got a good reading on it, so we can't say for certain with exact numbers.
Neutrino.
They're subatomic particles.
Like,
and the more subatomic particles we find, such as hopefully will be the case in the superconducting super collider near Waxahachie, Texas, 30 miles.
I don't think the super collider is superconducting. Is it, Landon?
No, wait. I'm going to take a drink for that because of those stupid senators who short-sighted death killed a project in the middle of...
Oh my god.
Oh. You know what?
Very sad. Makes me a sad panda.
Rip super collider.
Yeah,
take a drink.
You can tell Landon has been on the internet for a very long time. Sad panda.
Yeah. Landon kind of co-invented the internet with Al Gore, from what I remember.
I'm pretty sure that means he predates us all.
There are bits of it that I helped.
I'm gonna start calling him Daddy Landon and make him uncomfortable.
I don't remember exactly who, but someone in the chat said that they have a screenshot of the EULA for one of their apps on their phone that has your name in it.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Landon actually did something with his life.
Stuff in there, and also,
right?
Unlike the rest of us.
Also,
Landon.
You were using.
Seriously, dude. I have to say one thing. Landon introducing me to Madame Pele professionally has been the best thing happening in my life.
Aww.
Because people ask me, they're like, okay, what's your favorite thing to do? I'm like, I track a volcano. And they're like, huh? A total out of the blue. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, there's a volcano. People call her, like, you know, very fondly Madame Pele. And they're just like staring at me. And I'm just like, yeah, bitch, what do you like? I talk about volcanoes.
I like how Manya shows up on Dapper's PG-13 channel, makes it R-rated, and then turns around and ends a wholesome speech about her interactions with Landon with, yeah, bitch, what are you going to do about it?
Okay, Landon, I need you to know.
She's not drinking.
No, I'm not.
Landon, I need you to know that the basic of my postdoc is involves me having to do a bunch of programming in Fortran.
Oh dear! But is it like Fortran 5? Or how modern a Fortran do you have to do?
95.
Oh, okay, dear. Just be careful when you type "do" to have D O rather than D0, because that becomes a variable and it won't do the loop thing that you think it will do.
Yeah.
All right, we have a few super chats. D. Hutchins for $2 says, "Ariutu pop." That's a whole word. I don't know. I don't know what that word is, but thank you. D. Hutchins with their third super chat on the channel says, "Dapper, you were not in the Navy, all caps." I mean, I was in the Navy, not all caps. Okay. BM Furball for $4.99. BM Furball for $4.99 says, "Density, doesn't that mean the flat Earths would have sunk to the bottom of the flood and gone extinct?" Yes, it does mean that.
No, because they use dropity.
Oh, not density?
Not density.
I thought density and dropity went together.
You would think so.
Okay.
But only metaphorically.
Oh.
Miles from our little museum. And we're not afraid of that project, that $8 billion project. We're not intimidated by that project at all. Just last week,
okay,
a reporter called and said, "Aren't you intimidated?"
I need you to understand very much that I am definitely not intimidated or think this is problematic for our stance. In fact, it's going to prove us right. I promise. I'm really not intimidated, guys. I swear.
I would preemptively like to drink for a story that didn't happen, that we interrupted him.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
Cheers. I'm in for that.
Roaching a lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says, "Today I learned the superconducting super collider was canceled because the USSR collapsed. Well, time to bring it back then." No, we don't have to.
It was actually
when Russia finishes collapsing again, they can start again. Don't worry about it.
You know, a couple of senators on a couple of
20 minutes from now
essentially did it in.
No.
Very sad.
Senators
We'll
are
have a
the
space
worst.
force before the USSR.
There is a real life video of a senator asking a person, I think a military guy, like an admiral, "Aren't you worried about putting another base on that side of the island? Because will the island tip over?"
What the fuck? This reminds me of like a recent hearing, I think so, that I don't know if it happened this year or last year, where the guy, the head of the Google, he was giving a testimony about how Google algorithms work. And also it was a Senate hearing of people who have to call their grandkids to make the clicker work.
Yeah.
Right? And also like, you know, we wouldn't have to worry all about that if they hadn't like shut down internet neutrality. They let that collapse, and here we are. Apocalypse.
I will say this: it is a good thing that I will never be asked to speak in front of like Congress, because holy crap,
You
will I
never
not
know.
do the whole like, well, you see, sir. No, I will just absolutely let them know, like, oh, I'm sorry, you think that putting a base on the other side of an island will tip it over? Do you not know what an island is? Are you that
Do you
dumb?
think islands float, sir?
Right, that will
Go into full educational kindergarten mode.
seriously.
Oh man, I have a full like Miss Frizzle dress I could wear. I could do the Miss Frizzle dress. I could do fun buns.
Well, now we know what
Perfect
Maddie is
for
going
my
to wear to
Senate
Congress.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Dapper's not going to be the person who goes.
Maddie
Maddie
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'll do my hair in pigtails for it. Right.
Maddie,
now.
you
Invite
better
me, I will film
show
it.
up in a like magic school bus.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
fact that you don't and haven't shown up on my channel dressed in magic school bus garb is already offensive.
I mean, just send me an invite because I'm done with my PhD now, and so like
Okay.
I have as much time as any parent with a toddler.
So none.
Which is not a lot.
Listen, she goes to bed by 7, so
All right.
All right, here we
Maddie's
go.
going to be on in February.
That they're going to spend
Perfect.
$8 billion on a super collider to examine the internal structure of the atom. I said, not in the least. He said, but they're doing it to supposedly find how the universe started by evolutionary processes.
No one said that to you, Carl. No one said that to you.
We already drank for this
We
story
drank for
not
that.
happening.
Yeah.
PG-13.
I said even
this
though-
is PG-13. This is PG-13. I don't remember
Mhm.
that.
They're intending to do it that way. That's not what they'll find. What we've
I
always
smiled,
found
laughed.
in microcosm or
Applause.
macrocosm, what we have always found in microbiology
It's
and in
copium.
astrophysics, what we've always found in plant life and animal life and biology, what we found everywhere we look, if we continue to look, is that everything is structured and ordered and designed.
Just
No.
drink.
And
Just
I
drink.
have every
No,
confidence
everything is-
that they will find the same thing no matter how far they
Everything
look.
is approaching towards a balance.
Look,
of
that's
the-
why I
of-
said
of- of
just
interest.
drink.
That's what's happening. But because it's so much
Wrong.
energy,
Right.
that's why it's taking a lot of time, and that's why then we have stars and planets and solar systems and all that bloody things and fucking black holes and shit.
Right.
Sorry, this is
She's
PG-13. My bad.
struggling so hard.
My bad.
The universe is weird. I mean, Trisha, you've got chaotic things at the macro level, and you've got very linear things at the quantum
Yeah.
level, right? And then somewhere in between, stuff gets even more weird. So I mean, no, it's not ordered. It's not well behaved. It's very.
It's just energy trying to find an equilibrium, if I might dare say. That's what it is. The whole
I
universe
feel
is
like
that.
you guys are focused on the wrong thing. The longer
Yeah.
I look at him, the more I think his hair is fake. And I really
Listen.
feel like Maddie and I should have just waterfalled his story instead of pre-drinking one drink. We should have just waited until he started telling the story and then just started until he was
Dude,
done.
I had to switch to beer because I'm pretty sure if I had any more soju, at which the rate I'm drinking in this show, I was like, I'm gonna be dead tomorrow.
I got tall
and
cans
daycare
with
is
her about the
closed.
time
You're
we
not
were
allowed
dead.
to die yet. You're not allowed to die yet. No.
I think
Not
if
yet.
everybody is familiar, I'm a relatively small person, so a tall can is about the size of my face.
Amazing.
So
I have insufficient hair ties to finish this.
Oh no.
idea.
you can just be soggy. It's
You're
okay.
already
Look, I found
looking
one.
so
Get
sweet.
yourself little red pins that have like little circles, and
already
then
looking
you
so
can just Sailor Moon it up.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Hold on. I found one on the
Sailor Moon is
floor.
definitely appropriate for somebody who does meteorology, I think.
Yes.
The fun buns, yeah.
Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute.
D. Hutchins for $5 says, "Oh my God, we so smart, still watch dumb
And-
people." I mean, yeah, that
Alright,
is kind of this
Manya,
channel.
What this guy
You
And
have
what this
to,
guy
you have
again
to
did
behave,
was-
Manya. My mom.
Yeah, is this guy new? Like, what's up, dude? Oh my gosh, I found another hair tie in my backpack.
Yes, let's go.
Yay.
Hair ties. Hair
All
ties
right.
for days.
We're gonna hit play on Carl.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, hold on.
This guy again, like he's using the terms like evolutionary and evolution in physics and chemistry, and I'm just like, bruh,
Listen.
please,
Atoms don't fuck. Like,
right? They don't.
I'm sorry, I'll pay you $10.
It sounds like
Okay.
it was
They just get
a question
energized.
for
It was
Dr.
worth it.
Frieden.
I mean, what do you call fusion?
Roast Roshina Lipstick Equus Keller for $1.99 says Carl's hair looks like it's a metal implant.
Yeah. It looks like it's a helmet that's been
So
like
accurate.
magnetically attached to his head.
Or they're like spokes that are like fitting into like, you know, into slots in his fucking, sorry, my bad, in his brain.
All right, here we go.
Into that microcosm. Now, the figures that I'm going to give you stand up because the further we look in, you say, well, they'll find more complicated subatomic particles. That's fine. That still means they can be expressed, all things on a level can be expressed with the figures that I'm going to give you. Remember?
Okay, guys, he's going to give us the figures that will express everything. This is Carl Baugh.
Are they going to be Spider-Man?
I don't know, but Carl Baugh, look, hold on. Carl Baugh is about to give us a theory of everything.
Numbers.
That is, according to him, that's what's about to happen. So
if he doesn't write down the number 42 on the chalkboard and just go and drop like the mic.
There is no chalkboard here.
Whatever, whiteboard.
Okay.
The whiteboard, yeah, it's a whiteboard. 42.
That Charles Darwin said that if it is found that organisms are so complicated they could not be explained by natural processes preceding them, my whole theory falls apart.
Actually, he didn't say complicated. He said if a structure could be found that could not have arisen by successive modifications. That's not the same thing, Carl. I'm going to take a drink. Were you just lying about Darwin?
No, I figured it out. He is Dan Aykroyd from the Coneheads, but instead of having a proper cone on his head, he's got Vegeta's hair, widow peaked, mixed with Elvis Presley.
Be right back, guys.
Okay. But where was the theory of everything?
I'm sure he's getting to it.
He's cracked the code.
For $1.99, Roshina Lipstick Equus Keller says, is Carl saying he's scared of the Higgs boson? No,
yes.
he's saying he's not scared of it because he has God on his side, and God would not let the Higgs boson contradict anything Carl Baugh believes.
Yeah, sure.
Well, let's take his theory apart. And I've been on the other side some years ago, some decades ago, and I appreciate persons of evolutionary persuasion as long as they're honest and will face the facts as they are. Let's face some of the facts now. Taking all of the elementary atoms of planet Earth, the ways that they can interact and react can be expressed in the following. All of those can be expressed with 160 exponential bits of information. Let me explain that a bit.
What?
Huh?
Landon, as someone who has made foundational contributions to how computing works here in the modern day, what is an exponential bit?
That's what I was going to ask you. I mean, I was thinking, okay, maybe.
Next question: what was an exponential bit?
Maybe it's the exponent bits.
But what was the exponential bit when this video came out?
So here's the thing: it literally isn't a thing. It's just something made up.
Wow.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, is he talking about that there's like 2 to the 160 something or other, or is he saying you got a floating point number with 160 bits in an exponent?
It's 42 to the power of 100.
Because exponent bits doesn't really mean anything.
That's the point.
What you make on Twitch.
If it meant anything, you could fact check him.
I have a question.
Yeah.
He said that this circle was Earth, right? Like he said Earth and he gestured to it.
Yes.
Are those things that is definitely not splooge the continents?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Okay. All right.
So I found
it's a really good looking splooge. I'm not gonna lie.
I found this guy. If you go to the monster, look up Al Lewis, who is Grandpa, you'll see the same hair thing and the same grin. Go take a look. Take a look at the eyebrow and so forth. You know, for the monsters, Al Lewis.
Okay.
Liz D for $2 says, An exponential bit is a context AIG is a bag of Kent Oven. We'll take a drink. Thank you very much.
I would like to point out really quick that for somebody, okay, so as somebody who does art, right? And some of the art that I do is risque in a handful of different ways, right? I drew Manya's, I painted Manya's goblin avatar covered in like mayonnaise that I put way too much work into how that mayonnaise looked.
Dapper's a professional, by the way.
That whatever's going on with that definitely not splooge continents is really good for somebody who doesn't allegedly draw or make that kind of stuff on a regular basis.
I would like everyone to know that my internet panicked because I tried to open YouTube and StreamYard at the same time so that I could pay the swear jar.
Got it. Well, Science signed up for
my phone.
Science signed up for $9.99. In fact, says swear jar worth it. And then Roshina
Manya owes Dapper like $50 right now.
Something like that, yeah.
Listen, I pay my debts.
Roshina lipstick to Equus Keller for $1.99 says, how much extra matter falls on Earth per year? I know it's several, like, I think it's a few thousand tons or something.
I know, like micrometeorites, that sort of thing. It's the order of million tons, something like that. I think it's in that order.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of schmutz out there that the Earth picks up. There's just,
Al Lewis is too good. I click the link.
I'll get the actual number again.
All right. So, yeah, 160 exponential bits doesn't. It's just not a thing. And here's the thing, right? If you could fact check him on this, then he could be wrong. Carl Baugh's no, Maddie. This is a consistent thing with Carl, right? He has multiple things in his so-called museum that he says, well, we had this tested by having it CT scanned, or we had it carbon dated, or we had it X-rayed, and just like Ron Wyatt, none of the results are ever forthcoming from any of these tests. He won't say who tested them, when they tested them. He won't give you any lab reports. He will not allow these items, we'll say, to be tested independently by other people. Fundamentally, because he knows that if other people could fact check him, he might be wrong. So he doesn't let them. That is a consistent thing for him.
Did you just drop a bomb on me that this man has a museum?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
It's in Glen Rose, Texas.
How far is that from Dallas, and in what direction?
It's like at the opposite side of Texas, I believe.
Boo. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was incorrect. It was, I remember incorrectly. It's around 40,000 metric tons per year of micrometeorite dust reaches the Earth's upper atmosphere.
My guess was closer than Landon's.
I did the recalculation and said, no, it's the wrong factor there.
I'm just going to point out.
Bother Googling what bits are in this guy's?
Yeah, so Dapper, I thought what you were saying was that he says such nonsense that it's impossible to fact check him because the words he says only exist in that order in his brain.
Well, that's also true, but that's part of the entire theme of Carl Baugh making it as hard to fact check him on any level as it is possible, or as is possible.
Excellent.
So, Dapper, what you're saying is that Carl Baugh frequently is not even wrong.
Yeah.
How do you spell his last name?
Baugh.
Baugh.
Right,
what bit question mark?
Yeah, but I put the link to Al Lewis, the grandpa of the monster. Could you tell me if they aren't like twins, right? From the.
All right, I'm gonna hit play.
Let me explain the bits a bit.
Okay, here we go.
This is not to be confused with the linear bits used in computers. They add one on one on one on one.
Okay.
An exponential bit, as some of you mathematicians will understand, means that in order to get to 160, whatever number that represents, you have to square the information available in 159. You have to multiply all the information available in 159 by itself to get to 160.
Okay, so each bit, additionally, is the square of the sum of the previous exponential bits. But you know what that doesn't help us with? Does
we
that
have to know what the total amount of information to square in the first place.
right? Is one exponential bit one bit?
Value is
Yeah. So one actual bit because it's not. You don't have the first bit is done in a previous bit, so the first bit's in 0 or 1. So you have 2.
Okay.
So I think
well, Landon's gonna say something smart.
160
bits.
I mean, that is how bits work.
Well, he's definitely not saying that that's what that means, but it might be what he means by that. Why not just say it's 2 to the 160th power bits?
Yeah, because remember he said basically you have to square the previous one. So
it's squared each time.
Not square. So if the first one is 2, that squared is 2 to the second, then 2 to the second to
4, 8.
2 to 2. It's going to be
Dapper.
2 raised up.
You're gonna be mad at me.
Why?
I found a video that is titled "How the Earth Proves Intelligent Design." Carl Baugh and Jim Scudder in Grace. The video is from April 2024.
Send it to me.
You're so welcome.
Yeah.
You're so welcome, guys.
All right. So I guess it's been squared 160 times.
Carl?
Maybe.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I think what Carl said. I think what Carl said is that it squares at the numbers square every time. That is not how bits work,
or how exponents work normally,
or how exponents work.
Right.
But I found a new toy.
Yeah. So it's not because it's not even 2 to the 260. It's 2 to the 2 to 2 to 2 to 2, 160 times. If it squares the previous one.
No. Yeah, agreed. But what he said is you have to figure out the number that squares to 160. Is what he said.
That can't be what he meant, though.
It can't be what he meant, but it's what he said.
Okay, fair enough. For $4.99, Rochelle Lipstick Equus Keller says Carl uses the Larry Miller hair system for men, made from paint and corrugated sheet metal.
Dapper, this channel has a video titled "Did God Intervene in Donald Trump's Presidential Victory?"
Oh my god, I can't handle that.
Nope.
I can't handle that.
I'm just gonna nope.
160 exponential bits of information is an extremely large number.
I mean, based on how I think you're describing it, yes, it would be. Chris McDaniel, who's been a member for 22 months and is at the amniote level, says, I heard of skeleton panda sea squirts today on NPR, so I had to look them up. Very interesting looking. I have not heard of skeleton panda sea squirts. That does sound interesting. I hope they're not pelagic, though, because that would make them horrible abominations.
Yeah, we don't want those.
No.
I think that'd make them like
not understand what I just found.
No, Chesh, we can't right now.
I'm not gonna go into details. I just want to tell you that I did in fact find a gold mine.
Yes.
And you will find it in various places on YouTube in the future. I promise you. This is gonna get around.
Yeah. All right, so
oh boy.
So let's recap. 100. So apparently 2 squared 160 times is the number of bits it would take to fully describe every molecule on Earth, every atom on Earth, and all of its possible interactions. I actually think that that's probably a low number for that, but whatever. I'm not going to do the math.
But I'm guessing he's going to actually talk about 2 to the 160 power. I'm guessing, and not the other.
Yeah. Well, either way. Yeah.
He said whatever the number is, but he hasn't provided what that number is. He said hypothetically the number should represent, which is all of the information on the planet, then to the power of 160.
Okay. All right, here we go.
That is
That number is so large that there's not a person in this audience or any audience who can actually imagine how big that is. We can calculate that, but we can't imagine how big it is.
First of all, don't you dare limit my imagination.
Yes.
My imagination is one.
And I'm very comfortable with this number.
Let's just take a drink for how offended everyone is.
Yeah. am very
Second off,
familiar with big numbers. I like big numbers.
can I point out that the average person, and I would suspect whatever congregation Carl over here is talking to, probably would be the group of people who voted for rich people getting more rich when these people cannot quantify or understand the amount of money these rich people already have. So I have read and been reading live Project 2025, and my reference number for every time they bring up that the government is spending too much money on something has been the amount of money that one guy spent on Twitter. So I hate to bear bad news for the majority of you in America, but your entire government is spending less money on ecological funding for like renewable resources than Elon Musk spent to buy Twitter. So your social resources in your country are getting less money from the government than Elon Musk spent on Twitter.
So
I will scream.
Yeah,
forever.
so that's the thing. So do we think that he's going to refer to 2 to the 160 power, or he's going to have 2 to the 2 to the 2 to the 2?
I don't think he's going to clarify it. I think he's just going to stick with 160 exponential bits, whatever that means.
I think he thinks he explained it.
You can't, a mathematician out there, you can't possibly imagine this size of a number.
Yeah.
Tell me, Landon, how big was the prime that you found?
Well, I mean, if we've found primes that are like millions of bits, and so the ones I found were about 216,000 bits long.
216,000. How many zeros?
But now there are ones that are in in the tens of millions of bits. So yeah,
That's a lot of zeros.
But those numbers are. However, I with Conway have the algorithm to express the actual name of the number, so we can actually say it. So, for example, the current largest known prime, the English name weighs in about a gigabyte of text.
So it's not quite as big as a Googleplex.
But it would take a person speaking rapidly about 4 years to say it. So
I can take that challenge.
Good luck.
Mine's pretty fast.
All right, I'm going to hit play.
Starting with all of the information available in one atom. Now, that's one. But to get to number 2...
I'm sorry, all the information available in one atom is one?
One atom. That is one.
Also, what does that mean? What is all of the information available in an atom?
Okay, the only thing I can think of is it would mean the total number of bits it would take to fully describe mathematically, like, one atom so that you could identify it out of all the atoms on Earth. Apparently, he thinks it would take 1 bit, which is completely impossible, because that would mean that you could only have one atom. That would work if the entire planet were one atom. Otherwise, no, it would not work.
But like, okay, so it's just a unique label, so we're just counting atoms?
No, because you also need to fully describe things like what their current kinetic energy level is, what their current gravitational potential energy level is, what's going on with their electron shells, what's going on in the nucleus.
Because the Bible made a guy named Adam, all right? Shut up.
Okay.
I refuse to face such monstrosity.
Because the uncertainty of the description, does that come into play? Because of the...
Do you honestly think Karl Baugh knows what the uncertainty principle is?
Do you honestly think
it's not that complicated?
And Maddie, this is a man who looked at a kind of longish rock with a depression on one end and said, not only is this a petrified human finger from the flood, but specifically it's a woman's finger. And he can tell because of the shape of the fingernail that's not there.
I am proud to inform you all that Karl Baugh, in the year of our Lord 2024, for those of you still in the not in the future of 2025 yet, he still has the Widow Peak.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
It's still there, just so you know.
It's receded a bit, but yeah, it's still there.
It's receded, but the peak hasn't gone anywhere. Right. The peak's in the same spot. The sides have receded. His hair is just becoming more Vegeta.
Roshina Lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says, how do you describe the orientation of an atom in bits? Well, first you need to establish some kind of like axis. But once you do that, you could just describe it with like vectors.
It's a number. It's a number. The coordinates are numbers, so you can just go zeros and ones for the
the same way you do on the planet with latitude and longitude.
That too. Yeah. The numbers are represented by your binary.
Not really, because that's going to give you two-dimensional coordinates. You do need a third number to fully describe it.
Yeah, so but they can all be expressed in zeros and ones.
But yeah, I mean, you would have to have a certain level of granularity that you find acceptable, because ultimately you would need an infinite number of bits to describe any of this. But as long as you're willing to say like,
yeah, but this guy is telling us we can't understand or imagine finite numbers, let alone infinite numbers, and he's about to tell us that his God is infinite, and we're supposed to understand that. So I don't know.
Well, hey,
do you guys think he knows about sizes of infinity?
Do you think he knows? Question mark. Why are you
the answer is almost always no.
Listen, what do you think would happen to his widow speak if we introduced him to the concept of different sizes of infinity?
Apparently he's still around in 2024, so maybe we can get him on.
Yeah. All right, but
here we go. What happens to? I need to know.
Here we go. Here we go.
You have to square all that information, not simply add another atom. Square that information by itself to get to number 2. So by the time you get to...
Okay, so 2 atoms is 2 now. And then the next atom is... So
wait.
That would mean that there's only 160 atoms.
No.
He squared 1. 2.
Yeah, okay.
He squared 1?
Oh, well, yeah, he did square 1 to get 2.
He squared 1 and got 2.
Yeah, Dapper.
But he also said...
Let's take a drink.
He also said that you have to take 1 and take all of the information and then square it to make 2.
Okay.
So 1 not only represents all of the information in an atom, but you then also have to add that up for some reason and then square it to equal 2.
But also, here's the implication of this. If we just ignore the fact that 1 squared is 1, and we'll just pretend that it's 2, right? And then we'll just continue squaring on from there, the implication then is that there are 160 atoms on Earth.
But Dapper, I think maybe this is what he's trying to get at. I think...
Sorry, Landon.
No, Maddie, and this is maybe a more plausible thing. He says, okay, there's a certain amount of information you need to describe an atom. And they said if you have 2 atoms, all that information interacts, and therefore I think it's what he's calling squaring, that everything in this atom interacts with everything from this atom, which it doesn't. And
but he's
so
also
that's combination.
And Landon, is he wrong?
Is he just trying to describe the complexity? Like, are we building to the 3-body problem? Like,
well, let's hit play and find out.
He's suggesting that all atoms have an equal number of information.
Yes, he is suggesting that.
Remember, he started with the Darwin thing about claiming that if you can't describe it, it's too complex, it doesn't work. And so he's trying to say...
Well, somebody call R and Raw. If you can't explain it, you don't know it.
All right, well, let's hear him try to explain.
160 exponential bits of information. That is a fantastically large number. Did I get that concept across? That's a very...
No, you didn't. Not even...
No, what he just said is that there are 160 atoms on Earth.
Yeah, if we take him seriously, that's what he said, is that there are 160 atoms. Let's just drink.
Is he trying to say that there are 160 elements or 160 atoms?
Atoms is
what
he says.
That makes... What?
Yeah, no, none of it makes sense.
Manya's trying to make it make sense. Stop trying to make it make sense.
I have number 61.
I refuse to suffer this monstrosity.
Number 61.
All right, let's see what else we got here.
A very large number. But it can be expressed in small digits by 160 exponential bits of information. That's available in planet Earth. Let's take the entire solar system.
Okay.
This is Earth. Let's take the entire solar system. The entire solar system with planet Earth, the sun, 8 other planets, asteroids, dust particles, etc. The entire solar system holds 170 exponential bits.
Okay, so Earth...
Wait. The rest of the solar system is 10 more atoms?
Yep. 10 more things. Now understand, Matt, I don't think he means exponential bit is an atom.
It's literally what he said earlier.
I know, but that's literally what he said.
Yeah, but it doesn't match with the other things.
Hold on. If Earth is supposed to have 160 atoms, that means that other planets, and especially Sun, will have less or more atoms. How it can be just 10 atoms? Numbers!
There's just 10 more things in the whole solar system. There's 10 things.
There's just, I mean, that the Earth is that much more. There's only 10. It's like the ratio is really like a 1 to 170 of the rest. I mean, 10 to the 170 of the rest of the thing, which is 117th. Is he saying that the rest of the solar system, the mass, is 117th out of Earth?
Yeah.
Well, it's not very clear because here's the thing. What he said was that this is essentially a count of the number of atoms, but he clearly can't mean that ultimately. So it's not actually clear what he does mean. Mark Right-Handed Sith Smith for $5 says, Chesh, Aaron Ra said, if you can't show it, you don't know it. So you've been corrected on your attempted quotation of Aaron Ra.
Yeah, that's what
yeah, but Admiral, our Lord and Savior Admiral Rickover said if you can't write it down, you don't understand it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
that does sound like something he would have said.
If you're an expert and you can't explain it to a kindergarten class, you don't know it either.
Yeah, and you can. So that's why I taught a bunch of kids in Lagos about.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
Bye, Manya.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I'm not going. That was a joke.
Okay, so
Damn it.
given that what he just said, he's implying that 10 over 170 is the rest of the solar system. So if you don't discount the rest of the solar system, it's only 5% of something, or about 6% of something. Is that what it implying?
I don't know.
You only have 10 more.
You
only have 10 more to describe the rest of the solar system.
The problem is, in order for me to understand what he's implying, I would have to understand what he's actually trying to say. But what he's saying doesn't mean anything.
Oh, wait. If he's saying squared, then what he's saying is that there's 10 more squares to get to the rest of the solar system. Not 5%. It's not 10 out of 170.
Except that he also already said that each one of these exponential bits refers to a single atom. So it's not really clear. Hi, Proton.
I have a proposal.
Okay.
Hi, Proton.
I'm not going to marry you, Chesh.
I'll maybe next time.
Okay. You haven't even offered me a dowry,
What?
so.
No, not a single goat.
Is moving to Canada. I don't know what else. We have healthcare. We have Justin Trudeau.
I want at least 3 goats and an ox.
I don't know if I can do the ox. All right, so I have a suggestion.
Okay.
And it's that I think we should write down our clarifying questions about. Yes. Yeah. No. Hear me out.
500 pages later.
Follow me on this because there are some like quintessential questions about like just what he's trying to say about these mathematical concepts, right? But as far as we are now aware, he is still active and shows up on YouTube.
Oh, so we could ask him later?
We can ask him later.
Yeah.
So I think anytime we're like, I don't understand what you're even trying to say here, we should write down, you're talking about this, we don't understand what you're trying to say. Would you be willing to answer some of these questions? Because I think we might actually have a decent chance of getting this guy to come and talk and ask.
Possible. Ray Callagher, I think, says, hi, Dapper from Aurora, Colorado. I used to have family out in Aurora, but then they moved to, like, Pennsylvania?
I stopped off in Colorado for 20 minutes as I was, like, running from one plane to another when I went into court because of the YouTube drama.
I like Colorado.
I've been to Boulder a lot, but that's because the National Center for Atmospheric Research is there.
I've flown into the Denver airport more times than I can count, and I have seen Lucifer every single time.
What's Lucifer?
Lucifer is the blue gigantic statue of a horse with red gem eyes that is near the Denver International Airport.
I did not see that, but I did see some really nice mountains.
Oh, but more importantly, if you drive from Oklahoma to Denver, you will get to see Corn Jesus.
Well, that is very important.
Yeah, but you're talking about the National Research Center in near Boulder?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to actually run code on the Cray that used to be the big atmosphere.
Oh, Cheyenne or its predecessor?
All right,
The predecessor, the one that had the blue and green panel.
Chesh, Nee, old nerdy bastard, ONB says, I'm willing to officiate Dapper and Chesh's wedding at Karl Baugh's museum. So get that ox together.
Hey. Oh,
and we'll go hang out in Texas.
Hey, she's my... What the fuck? What?
Hello? Excuse me?
And then we'll all move to where we can have health care.
Yeah, and oxen and
She's not
goats.
going to commit bigamy. She's married to me.
I can't go to Texas.
We'll live in
And
a science friends commune.
I was looking. Okay, I was
Oh no!
Wait, one second.
Isolated from all other humans.
All right, I was
And dinosaurs.
legitimately actually looking into the idea of seeing if I could kickstart buying a relatively large apartment building, and so I could refurbish the apartment building a little bit, and then use it to help my friends move out of America and into Canada.
Chesh is starting her own cult compound.
The current existing agreements mean that anybody who's American can live in Canada for 6 months, no questions asked. So the idea is that I was going to try and get a bunch of resources together to help them immigrate. And so that way they could stay between they could make it one of two leases. You either take a 6-month lease or you take a 3-month lease. You stay for that amount of time in that apartment building. So that way you can have a place to stay in Canada for an affordable price that then allows you and gives you the resources and the counseling that you need to get into the country permanently.
Speaking of Canada, Olivia
Good plan,
Williams
right?
for
It's a
$6.99
really good plan.
Beaver Bucks says, passing to say Happy New Year from Quebec, a little late. Well, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that.
We do have another time zone coming up.
We do.
Yeah, it's mine, and I'm not gonna lie, team. I'm gonna peace out once we toast.
That's okay.
For midnight here.
Well,
Cheese, onion rings.
we will be going on a quick break. Actually, we're just going to go on a quick break right now. I'm going to pour my champagne, and I'll also refresh my rum and coke here. And so we will be out for just a little bit, and we will be back before we get to the next hour. So we'll be right back. Next time on Star Trek Lexington.
Captain's Log, Stardate 6652.1. The Lexington has been ordered by Admiral Stoker to the planet Taurus 2 in the Murasaki 312 cluster. The planet was first surveyed a year and a half ago by the USS Enterprise, which nearly resulted in the death of the whole landing party, led by Commander Spock. The Admiral believes that the ionic storms the planet is known for may be connected to potential Tilakal ruins under the surface, and we are tasked with investigating. We'll have to visit the planet covertly, because the natives are still in their Stone Age, and they're also known to be aggressive and stand about 3 meters tall. So not only is the Prime Directive a concern, but they pose a significant physical threat to any landing party personnel. I'm organizing a landing party, and I'm considering issuing phaser rifles set to stun, but I'll consult with Mr. Croc about that.
The crew will find the Taurians are much changed, which may be a rare blessing. However, contradictory sensory readings and ion storms will strand the landing party. Can they navigate reality-breaking energies, dangerous environments, and natives still protected by the Prime Directive to get back home? Was the Murasaki 312 Nebula a former Tilakal stronghold, as Admiral Stoker suspects? Find out next time on Star Trek Lexington, only on the Top Hats Off channel. And we are back.
Oh, you mean 160
Three,
atoms, 10 more atoms,
2,
260.
1. Happy New Year, Central
Happy
Time
New
Zone.
Year.
Happy New Year, Maddie.
Happy New
Cheers.
Year.
Cheers, friends. Okay. I love you all. Cheers. I'm drinking a local brewery, their Oktoberfest, because it's finally cold enough to drink Oktoberfest.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Something climate change.
Something climate change. Hey, you guys are beautiful. Take care of yourselves. And I'm gonna go to bed. Because
Nice.
You take care.
the toddler
Take care,
doesn't know that
girl.
it's New Year's and will wake me up at the same time anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Bye, team.
Let me
Talk
see.
about what we were drinking. I'm drinking an import.
Oh, from Ireland, huh?
Well, yeah,
just have
it's
a
the
kitty
same,
camera
it's the
and I'm
same
very happy
company as
about it.
Guinness, but for whatever reason, this isn't cheap Guinness and is Kilkenny instead and counts as an import. Same company because fuck my wallet.
Hey. We do have a super chat to read out. Roshan Lipstick Equus Keller for $4.99 said, in America, cult compounds are started in disused gravel quarries. In Canada, cult compounds are started in disused apartment buildings. So, Landon, what are you drinking today?
So I am switched over to a particular. We made mulled wine. We took GLM,
Ooh.
Missoula wine.
Did it evolve or what?
For their runoff when they were doing bottling, and we made a basically a mulled wine and spices and so forth. And I have a pint here. I got another pint in the.
What spices though?
Oh well, we did some.
Or are they herbs?
Some
Yeah.
nutmeg, cinnamon. We did some orange peel,
Mhm.
Cloves?
cloves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good stuff
Yeah.
right there.
Landon,
They are spices. Approved.
All right,
Sorry?
here we go. Let's get more. We need to find out. Also, oh, there was one thing. Roshan Lipstick Equus Keller, I missed this, for $4.99 said, where's Russell's teapot? Is that one of the 10 things in the solar system with a teapot emoji? Yes, clearly. All right, here we go.
Of information. The whole thing. Now, why, if we're going to add the sun?
By the way, Vadim Radchenko has just joined.
Sun?
Vadim Radchenko has just joined the channel as a tetrapod. So everyone, send some tetrapod emojis, and then maybe some sessile tunicate emojis. No pelagic tunicate emojis.
Yeah,
but then also, in honor of the Carmen fundraiser, maybe send some Carmen emojis because we have those.
No.
The original intent was to use those when creationists complain about little dogs because they hate little dogs for some reason. So, all right, here we go.
Why do they hate little dogs?
For some reason. I already explained it.
Huh?
Aha, of course.
I don't know what else you want from me, Landon.
Hey guys, can I point out? Now that Maddie's finally left.
Oh, goodness. Wow. It's about time.
Maddie, where is she? Maddie!
We're the
Let's find you
tavern.
back.
Oh, yeah, we are the tavern. This is the tavern crew.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So if you
Hi,
do
hi.
want to talk about politics,
Which
and
we
you
don't.
are interested in talking about geopolitics and economics and newsy type stuff and things,
Mm-hmm.
that's a thing you can find. It's on Debate Hub now,
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And you should try it. It's a.
and I might change the name.
Debate Hub is, of course, the
Landon's like, huh?
Debate Hub is a YouTube channel that has branding second only to Dapper Dinosaur and Top Hats Off, obviously. It has one of the greatest logos on all of YouTube.
I do like your top hats off. Current show. It's fun.
The Star Trek one.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
Thank
true.
you.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we have a lot of guys. If you're ever like, I could use some like TTRPG actual play, especially if maybe you're a little burnt out on like high fantasy. Check out
Or
my Star Trek
D&D.
game, or just D&D in general. Check out my Star Trek game. It's got Chesh. It's also got FTFE. It's got Jordan from Reason to Doubt. It's got Zerolon, who's often in my chat. It's got Tirirana, who's often in my chat, and it's got Necro, who's less often in my chat. We got a couple more super chats though. Pillowpunk, half dog, half canine for $5 says, "Happy New Year, everyone. This channel has helped me get through some dark times, so I hope it continues to grow." Well, thank you. And hey, if you want to help it grow, like and share the videos, comment. That really does help. And also, watch as much as you can. Maybe even put on a playlist or something.
Dapper is so close to the 15K too.
It's true, I am. I think I'm 280 something away.
Man, I'm like 200 and some odd away from getting monetization.
Okay, but maybe I'm wrong.
DM hiding from Dapper Dinosaur for $2 says, "Wait, is Carl trying to explain scientific notation?" Maybe.
Your guess is as good as ours.
Yeah, that's one of those, like, maybe.
2025 is not just gonna be interesting; it's gonna be a shit show.
Well, yeah.
Like, we made predictions over on the Jib podcast, me and Seamus and Barry and Manya, and like we were all just like throwing out so much random crap because like 2025 is just such a mess. Like, who knows what's gonna happen?
All right. Well, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna hit play.
Oh, before you hit play.
Yes.
When it comes to the never mind, I forget what I was gonna say. Go
okay.
ahead. I lost it.
Hundreds of moons,
Picking up,
9 planets, or 8 other planets. Why did we only get 170 exponential bits of information? Well, I'll explain in brief. The difference between 160 exponential bits and 170 exponential bits is a quantum leap.
Because to get to, so it's very, very small, everybody.
I'm sorry, did he
I'm just gonna take a drink.
A reference to the TV show Quantum Leap?
I doubt it, because I think this is from before that.
Wait, what year was it?
Quantum Leap or this
This what we're watching.
I'm pretty sure this is from the early 90s.
I'm gonna check when Quantum Leap came out because
He's like
it was
Deepak
1989 to 1993.
In that case, then yeah, maybe it is a reference to Quantum Leap.
I'm pretty sure that was a Quantum
This
Leap
guy is just like Deepak Chopra.
Fearmonger says, exponential bits, what the F did I miss? Yeah, you missed... Here's the thing, nothing. Because he didn't explain it in any way that made sense.
I don't know, Bitcourse says that's not an explanation. Correct.
Right, exactly.
What did that explain? Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. You know, I downloaded the second part to this this lecture on the off chance that in 4 hours maybe we could get through this 1 hour video.
What made you think that?
You know, that is a great question.
We could be here for 3 years.
That's so hopeful.
Monia can barely handle 2 words. Why did you even send her a link?
Would you like me to revoke her invitation, Chesh? Is that what you're telling me?
I plead the fifth as a Canadian, where it's not applicable.
Wow.
All right, here we go.
No backsies.
161, you have to multiply all the information available in 160 by itself. You have to square it. To get to 162, you have to multiply the information available in 161. So you understand that 170 is astronomically larger than 160 when we're talking about exponential bits.
Is he saying that exponential power to 160, or is he saying the number 160?
So it's n to the n to the n to the n 10 times.
Right.
What he's saying. So when you go from 160 to 161, you're squaring it.
Mm-hmm.
And then 162, you're squaring it. So it'll be 2 to the 2 to the 2 to the 2 to the 2 up 10 times.
Okay.
So 2 raised to the power 160.
No, it's much more than that.
None.
It's 2 raised. It's 2 squared, 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 and you keep squaring it 160 times.
Yeah, I mean, so like
yeah, so 2 raised to the
so like 2 up 4 times is
okay, I see.
536, right?
I got you.
That times that squared is going to be that squared, and you know.
I got you. I understand that.
And by the way, he is in fact making this value up.
I understand this.
Well, I understand the idea that he's trying to say that this is the number of times you square whatever the initial value is. He hasn't actually told us what the initial value is, because if it's 1, then 1 squared, however many times you square it is just going to be 1.
No, he said 1 atom. The information of 1 atom is his first unit.
How much is that information, though?
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
All of the information of an atom equals 1, and then you have to start multiplying.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't that it was 1 bit for 1 atom. It was that however much that atom has in terms of bits
would be considered 1 unit.
1
All
unit,
right.
yeah.
That-
1 unit. Okay.
That
all
actually
right.
kind of makes sense.
And he
We
said,
are working way too hard to try to make what this man is saying make sense.
you're making
Email him right now.
Yeah, Vadim Marchenko says, wait, Baugh isn't using exponentials, he's squaring the value. Yeah. He's calling these things
He's doing
exponential
both.
bits, which is a very poor name for them, because what they are is like the number of times the total bit value of one atom has been squared.
Has been squared.
Well,
yes.
it's hyper, because it's hyper exponentiation.
Yeah.
Exponentiation.
Yeah.
Saying
It's
if you have
true level,
one
isn't
unit,
it?
one information for an atom, and you have a second atom, he claims that everything on this atom interacts with that atom. So you'd have that
Squared.
many squared.
So that's like a
interactions.
permutation and combination. That's what he's
Yes.
trying to use.
And so the third
Yeah.
atom would be that thing squared again, right?
And
But
the
he's calling it an
combination
exponent.
here.
Right, but the problem then is,
Yeah, and the permutation is squared. Yeah.
the problem then is, of course, if we take that seriously, then he is also saying that the entire solar system contains 170 atoms.
But he said the complexity of.
Right, but if one atom
Chash
is
like,
one
why?
exponential bit,
Why?
and 2 is 2 exponential bits, and 3 is 4 exponential bits, and 4 is 16 exponential bits, and then
16 is
5 is 60. You know what? I don't even care anymore. I'm just gonna hit play.
Understand that.
You're
Good.
So,
Let's take the entire universe. If the
Oh,
universe is
fuck
as
you.
large
Sorry.
as the Carl Sagans want it to be,
The
Sagon.
Sagons.
That's a Pokemon name.
Just drink. Just drink.
okay.
No, you can't do it. Now I have to.
fine.
try
How large
it.
is it?
What does a Sagon look
No
like?
one has any idea how large it is.
Okay, Carl.
It's as large as the Creator wants it to be.
Okay.
In a moment,
Oh,
I'll try
God.
to solve some energy problems
Use the number
and
whatever.
informational problems on the size of the universe for you, and all of that light coming in at the same time. No problem if
Carl, just get to the point.
we approach it correctly. Let's take the whole universe from the standpoint of exponential bits of information that it could contain, ways that it could writhe and contort and experiment it and interchange with itself, interact and react with itself. The entire universe holds 235 exponential bits of
Sure.
information. The whole
Fine.
thing.
Sure.
Now, you
sure.
understand
I
that
believe
235 exponential bits of information is a huge number, correct?
Huge.
Now, let's take living
It's a
material.
huge.
What I'm going to
it's a
give you-
huge-
Okay, guys, he's going to tell us how many exponential bits are in living material.
Yeah, but I think what Ember said in chat is more important. Carl, that kills people.
Has been reported in print by Dr. Robert Gange, a leading lecturer, and is
Gange?
supported in the literature from many, many directions. Living
Citation
material
needed.
is a world apart. Living
Okay.
material is three-dimensional. Living material is sequential. All
What?
the information available in that living material is interconnected with all of the other information.
That's not what sequential means, Carl.
Okay,
No.
but I
Just
think
drink.
I understand what he's trying to say. For
Okay.
once,
Tell
I
me.
think he's trying to say like the idea of evolution, which is that you do not go outside of what came before you. It's sequential in order, which doesn't mean sequential. That's not correct.
No, that's not sequential. No.
But it does mean one comes after the other and can never be outside of the thing
One
that
of the
came before it.
consequences of the
I,
next.
okay.
Consequential, yeah.
let's
would
see
be a
how many
more
exponential
accurate
bits
term.
are in living or is in living things.
This
What does
dude
he
is
mean by living?
I
There's a-
predict, by the way, what he's going to be doing is going to say, because the universe is so complex, evolution cannot be true.
Okay.
I think that's what he's going to end up. That's gonna be the conclusion.
Prediction.
That's
Get
what this
ready to
whole-
take a drink.
In
I
that
would
material.
like to point out that he's
So
not,
that there is a fantastically large amount of information in living units.
Okay.
Watch how much. The smallest unit of living material we know anything about is a protein molecule.
As far as I can tell, that is a thing he just made up.
This is
Yeah.
a philosophical question, not a scientific question.
The smallest
You're
living unit is a
You're
cell.
asking to put a numerical value onto a piece of information. That is not a scientific question. That is a philosophical question.
Well,
and especially when you're talking about biological things,
I mean,
like
look,
you're within a creature or living.
In information theory, there are rigorous definitions for information that you can apply scientifically to various things.
Yes, it is still applicable in certain ways, but not the way he's applying it. He's crossing the streams.
Well, we're not sure how he's applying it yet.
In a case where like is one dog 1 unit, contextually, yes, if you're counting the number of dogs you're supposed to have in your like doggy daycare. But if I ask how many heart cells there are, right? And you have to count the human hearts, you have to count the hearts of the dogs that are in your doggy daycare, that number is going to change. And if each cell counts as 1 unit, that's different, right? You're going to get a different number than number of living beings, right? So
how many mega pints are there? Like, how many washing machines are there in a mega pint?
Right, exactly. That's exactly the kind of question. How many mega pints are inside of a washing machine? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where are we? What are we doing?
Why that?
Why is Gamora?
Hillpunk, half dog, half canine for $2 says, today I learned non-living material is two-dimensional. Which does seem to be the implication.
Right?
Right,
yeah, that's what he's saying. That's why I'm asking, what does he mean by living
A protein
material?
molecule is not even self-replicating.
Well, then it's not alive, Carl. Just drink.
It can't even reproduce itself. It takes a cell to reproduce it. It's not even a cell. But it's living. One living protein molecule holds 1,500 exponential bits of information.
Wait. So if the universe is 235 and one cell is 1,500.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I know where you're going.
But the cells in the universe, how?
Landon,
100 times 160, 170, 255, whatever the fuck. Sorry.
Wait. How many cells? How could you possibly know? Even if you could see every single one of them and you had enough time to count every single cell in the universe, how could you possibly know how many cells there are when the universe is expanding at the rate that you can see it?
Yeah, but
more than the
whether or not you can, even if you had godlike knowledge, here's one thing: no part of the universe can be described with, or cannot be described, or sorry, any part of the universe must be describable with less information than the entirety of the universe. Sure. Right. So it is mathematically impossible.
You can't know what you don't know.
So like
ever.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here's the thing. Even if we have perfect knowledge,
still holds,
even if we have perfect knowledge, it's like saying, look,
and we don't know.
I have a 16 kilobyte file that contains 300 megabytes of information. No, you don't.
I would like to introduce you guys to my little ramen pillow. And I have covered a lot of things, and I have never had to pull Mr. Ramen down from.
Oh, now you need some of the emotional support.
He's cute.
He is here so I can scream into him without destroying everybody.
So yeah, in case anyone is wondering,
he could be thicker.
Carl Baugh is indeed claiming that parts of the universe have more information than the entire universe put together, including those parts.
Yeah, by an enormous amount, right? It's just and he said 1,510 is what he wrote there.
He said 1,500, but it looks like he wrote 1,510.
Okay, 1,510. Oh, 1,500. So he says 1,500 of these things, however you calculate it, versus the universe, which only has 235.
He already said the number was unknowable, essentially.
Yeah, well, he said the number for the universe is unknowable, even though he then just gave a number.
And where did he
get this 1,500 from? Did he pull it out of his ass?
I mean, almost certainly. Yes. Think about this, right?
I shouldn't say ass. That's a bad word.
So here's the thing about this, right?
How many times I've swore, you're fine.
I'm pretty sure Dapper, can I get a confirmation here that we have exceeded the PG-13 rating and I can start making suicide jokes?
No, because then I'll get demonetized.
Dang. I tried, guys.
I
Yeah.
always get away with things.
So
Bonnie gets away with things because she has an Indian accent.
well, it's harder for the robots to understand her that way.
Right.
So
Why is this drink counter only at 22?
because that's how many official drinks we've had. That's not how many you've taken. I don't know how many you've taken. I'm not keeping track of your personal
We're not going to
drinks.
talk about that. I've been look, they're visible. I made them visible.
So the thing is, none of this is knowable, right? Because there's no actual number associated with any of these things, right? No one has actually calculated the number of exponential bits in anything, because that's just not a thing that people ever have done. All of this,
why?
all of this is made up by either Carl
Why
Baugh
is Gamora?
or someone he likes, and I don't know which of those two it is. But
What
all
is
of this is just made up.
What is he educated in, if anything? Do we know?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
So somebody has to
Freaking
have
nothing.
given him this number, or he has to have made it up.
Right. That's what I just
He's
said.
making that number up from somewhere, and I think what he's trying to do is he's got a final result and he's working backwards. So he's filling in the blanks with these.
While also not worrying about the fact that the part can't be larger than the whole.
Yes.
He's basically.
He doesn't care as long as he can reach that number that he's aiming for.
I could be playing Mert Mart right now. I just want to be clear.
I kind of thought you were.
I was for a little bit.
Okay. So yeah, Carl is essentially telling you that his
sacrificed.
He has a 1,000-gallon swimming pool that currently contains 50,000 gallons. Which no, it doesn't.
No.
How many atoms make up God?
0, I believe, is what he would answer.
Which means God has no information?
I don't know what he would say to that.
He gave it to the mankind.
How many
That's why
exponential bits? How many exponential bits does it take to describe Mert Mart?
That's a good question.
That we could actually calculate.
Just one molecule.
I think it's self-explanatory.
What about the cell? In your intestinal tract is a very important bacteria. E. coli bacteria.
Hey, he's right about that. Take a drink.
E. coli bacterium, just one cell of it. And it's necessary for digestion to be normal. E. coli,
what?
one single bacterium, one cell of that holds 7 million exponential bits of information.
Okay, I'm done.
But the exponential
And do you understand
160?
how far?
Well, sorry?
I'm asking if the exponential of each singular unit is 160.
No, it's the previous number squared is the next increment.
But what's the previous number before 1?
Oh, we didn't actually get that answer. So we don't know how large any of these numbers are.
I'm trying to understand because he initiated that the total value is then the 1 unit is the amount of information made up of a 1 singular unit, however much information that is, and then it is exponential to 160. So would then, no matter the
I don't know what you mean by exponential to 160.
Well, but then he said it was atoms, and now he's saying it's cells.
Yeah, he's pretending that he's counting up how much information is in a cell.
1 atom doesn't equal 1 E. coli cell.
Right.
No.
So what did he mean when he said E. coli is a natural part of digestive system?
I mean, he's right about that.
And
Your gut has E. coli in it that helps you digest. We did.
Right?
We already did. I called it, and no one listened.
My theory is that you could explain this by saying that Carl is full of shit.
Well, I mean, yeah, basically. But yeah, so okay, here. If you try,
You're trying so hard.
If you try to actually make this make sense, if you try to make this make sense beyond the most superficial level, you will go insane, because there is nothing here that makes any sense beyond the absolute most surface level. And even there, it doesn't actually make sense, because once again, Carl is claiming that a part of the Earth has more information than all of the Earth.
Has anybody in this chat, both watching now and in this call, have any of you read H.P. Lovecraft? Because This is what it feels like. I'm getting the vibe that this is what it feels like to try to understand and comprehend the great old ones.
Yeah.
I'm like, nothing you say makes any sense and it's driving me crazy.
Chesh is realizing what it means for the angles to be wrong.
No! Don't do this to me.
Too late. I mean, you could also just leave.
This is how it is now the year of our Lord 2025, and this is what I'm starting with.
It's not 2025 here.
I'm starting it by selling my car, so.
Chesh, you always know what you're in for on my channel, and you just show up voluntarily.
You didn't tell me that this is who we were going to talk about.
I absolutely. Okay, I'm pretty sure that I did. Let's check.
You did.
I did. See.
And I'm like, Dapper's such a nice guy. Yeah, no, this is gonna be great. And
I also didn't know.
Like, I forgot what Dapper's really like.
Let's see. Actually, I believe when I told you that you were invited, I included that phrase that we're doing Carl Baugh. So I believe I said, quote, I'm doing a New Year's show. I'll send you a link. Feel free to pop in if you like and leave when you feel like it. I'm covering Carl Baugh, so you know, ominous ellipsis. It'll barely even be sentences. Never mind coherent. So you were.
And then I thought it was gonna be that day when I was on another show.
You did think that, yeah.
And so, you know, I'm an idiot.
Well, yeah. Chesh pops in. She's like, "Hey, where's the link?" And I'm like, "Do you think that the New Year stream is today?"
Yeah. So,
yes?
all right, to be clear, first off, I do not think I'm any more of an intelligent human being than Carl Baugh is. But
he's a goblin.
But I do think I'm better than he is.
Oh, yeah.
Those are two different things. I'm very dumb in many things. In fact, I don't do math, and I don't do a lot of science. I mostly do art and draw.
Can you tell which number is bigger than the other one?
Usually.
Well, then you're doing better than Carl.
I mean, but not always. And so, like, listen, I might be good in some aspects, which makes me better than him. But also, I'm not coming in here with the assumption because I'm the dumbass in the room.
Are you?
But she has a Poundroid Prime named after her.
I do.
Which is pretty cool, but also, here we go.
Cool. I'm going to make it into history because Landon made me.
Far beyond 235 exponential bits, 1500 is? As they say in West Texas, that's a fur piece.
Oh,
that's a long way.
All right, there's a joke that didn't land. Take a drink.
It is so far beyond that it is totally out of sight. Then do you understand how far beyond 1,500, 7 million exponential bits of information would be? Because each step along the way, you're having to multiply the preceding figure.
Oh, hey, by the way, this has been a whole bunch of big number, therefore God. So if you're playing bingo, make sure you check that one off.
You're by itself. You're having to square
I said so.
Now let's take...
Already.
Sorry, Landon?
Checked off.
I was just making sure the drink count is
Oh.
The human cell. One human cell holds 20 billion exponential bits.
He's clearly just making this up.
Yeah, he's just making this up on the go. That's what he's doing. He's just like,
did he
because
make this up
I
in a
get
script? Like, do you think somebody proofread this?
No,
I don't think so. And also, like, I think so because I don't know, maybe he knows the background of his audience, so he thinks that if he uses like big words and numbers, then like nobody's going to question him or his calculations.
He already said that he doesn't think that anybody who he's talking to will understand the size of the numbers, including mathematicians, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
What's wrong with his whiteboard? I mean, it's really messed up. Is that?
I'm not.
I think it's just the low res.
I appreciate that your chat is trying to hype me up. And, like, I don't think I'm an idiot, but I am not an intelligent person, and I should be, like, the low bar. And the fact that I am not the low bar is concerning.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You understand what I'm saying?
You know what? I would be convinced that you are intelligent if you could just figure out how to get that ox.
Information. And it is all interrelated. Right? Did you know how complicated the cell really is? One human cell is more complicated than all of Houston. with its police force.
Okay. I want to point out Houston contains many trillions of cells, which means Houston cannot be less complicated than a cell, because it itself is at least partially composed of cells. So no, Carl, Houston is not less complicated than a cell, because you don't... Carl does not seem to understand the concept that a container can only contain things that are less than in volume or equal to in volume the size of the container. That seems to be a concept that goes past his head, right? Because that is essentially the same basic concept here. For $4.99.
Get it that he switched from atoms to like some number, and we don't even know that number.
Switch from atoms to cells to saying the cell equals the number 1, as if a cell and an atom are equal to each other, which isn't true.
Yeah, like what?
Roshna,
all I'm saying is like the bare bones minimum should be able to at least like convince me, who is the layman in all of. You're a mathematician. You're an engineer. Dapper's not a linguist. You should be able to at least like say something that makes sense to me, who's none of these things.
For $4.99, Roshna Lipstick to Equus Keller says 3 billion base pairs and 20 billion exponential bits. Yes, thank you. That is about how big the human genome is, by the way.
The thing is that I guess what he's trying
square
to
root that by 160.
Don't interrupt Manya, Chesh. That's very rude.
I'm sorry.
How dare you?
My bad.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Can't even get an
No, I'm
ox.
just saying he's trying to apply some kind of concept to atoms and the solar system and universe and biology, like cells and and etc. But what we don't know what that concept is and what are the numbers behind that concept. He's trying to do something. I guess he didn't realize he switched from atoms and universe to biological beings and units like a cell.
Oh, I think he knows. I just don't think he cares that like he's mixing up all the stuff and that none of the math makes any sense. He just doesn't care. His entire goal is just to give you a big number and then to make you go, wow, that's a big number. I guess God did it.
I almost feel like I need a transcript of what he's saying in this like 1 minute that won't let him talk through.
Do you have a link to this?
Like, this doesn't make any sense.
I don't currently, but I can get you a link. I can get you a link to it. Just remind me.
Later, yeah, please do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna listen to this thing later. I'm just gonna be like, because now I'm getting petty. Don't make a nerd go petty.
Manya wants to like make her own brain implode on itself. Okay, if that's what you want, Manya.
Oh, is that a challenge? Okay.
You know what? At least it's better than talking about Aaron.
Right?
With its communication system, with all of its computers stacked high, and high, with all of its...
Cells, Carl? With all of its cells?
Guard system, with all of its hospitals, with all of its maternity wards, with all of its disposal units. Has to have a lot of disposal units.
What, Houston has maternity wards, Manya? You think people don't give birth in Houston?
I don't believe people give birth in Houston because Houston has no like prenatal care and postnatal care.
That doesn't mean people don't pop out babies there.
No, but that doesn't mean that they're not doing it at home the old way. And
yeah, but that's not care. That doesn't count.
No.
One cell is more complicated than Houston and Dallas and all of Texas combined.
All of Texas contains cells, Carl. I'm just drinking. I can't.
He's actually just discount Dan Aykroyd in the Coneheads with instead of the Conehead, a Vegeta hat.
So he started from atom, went to solar system and universe, switched to human biology and cells and E. coli, and now he's talking about Texas and Houston and etc. and maternity wards, etc.
Yes.
Yeah.
While he's trying to say that all these, if I might say, entities have the same type of information.
Well, if he's going to reduce it all down to like the atomic level, then he's right. They do all have the same kind of information at that level. And maybe that's what he's pretending to do.
But then his math is wrong.
Well, yeah.
His math is very, very
His
wrong.
math is wrong no matter what.
What? You only just noticed now?
His math is wrong no matter what.
I'm trying to make sense of it. Like,
you can't.
Why? Why
Money,
are we
you literally
trying?
can't.
I don't understand.
I don't even think it's even right. It's not even wrong.
Money, there is nothing to make sense of. What he's saying aren't actually ideas. He is not expressing thoughts. He is just using words that give the vague impression of being impressive to gullible people who don't know anything about science or math in order to get them to say, wow, I guess God did it then.
This sounds like me in 6th standard trying to like bullshit my way out of like an oral like interview like test where science teacher asks you a question and you try to bullshit your way out of it by just throwing out stupid terms and shit, and your teacher's just sitting like and like, you didn't prepare, right? And you're like, yeah, I didn't. And they're like, okay, come back tomorrow. I'll take another one. You'll be prepared.
You know who always passed every oral test?
Job. At least the student knows what subject they're in that class.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know who passed every oral test? Nancy Reagan. Mani doesn't get that one.
Nope.
Nancy Reagan is a former First Lady of the United States, and she has a
drink for Reagan.
She's got a certain reputation for being very skilled orally.
Oh, like the same thing they try to put on Kamala Harris. Is that the same shit?
I'm not going there.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, Landon. My bad.
Lipstick Equus Keller for $4.99 says, "Oh, this was made back when power companies weren't super tall. Sorry, power computers weren't super tall. Instead of in my pocket." Oh, okay. I'm misreading this. Okay. Oh, this was made back when power computers were, although you said weird, super tall. Instead of in my pocket or being dropped on my face in bed. Yeah, I dropped my phone on my face too. It's embarrassing. What are you gonna do? We'll take a drink though.
And one for Dapper the Professional because you had to read.
That's the drink I took.
Oh, okay.
Punk half dog half canine for $5 says, "Genuine thanks for dragging out Baugh for this special occasion. He might drive you crazy, Dapper, but that's part of what makes it so entertaining." Well, you are welcome. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cough here. We are gonna hit play.
This guy wants me to like go back and get my peanut butter and jam, like just peanut butter and jam together, not even a piece of bread on it. That's what he's doing.
But I have a question, Deborah. Is this guy just is he just enjoying talking, or does he have grift where people pay him?
Oh, people pay him. He's getting paid for this. Now, I don't think he has an official speaking fee. I think what he does, and I'm not positive on this, so if anyone knows better than me, please let me know. But I believe what he does is he asks for donations.
Oh, quote unquote donations.
To cover his, cost in doing all this traveling and speaking, but also he sells books. He sells tickets to his quote unquote museum. He sells. At this point, he was selling like video cassettes, but I'm pretty sure he now sells DVDs. He's making money on this. Like I said, he's a professional young Earth creationist. His job is to do young Earth creationism stuff.
Can I do everybody a favor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you make me big?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Yeah.
You're supposed to make her big.
I'm trying. Here we go.
All right, everybody.
Ooh.
There you go.
Nice ASMR there.
Thank you.
Beer can ASMR, yeah.
This is my last one. These only come in like packs of 4, and they're like $12 a pop.
Weird.
Whoa.
Me. Where is it? Where is it made? Where's the origin?
Ireland.
Huh.
Ireland. Did you guys see my new candle? Did you notice it?
No.
I'm telling you, show it to better. Show it better.
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, you showed it to me.
You know who gave this to me? I'll give you one guess. Money don't count because you already know.
I don't even know how I would
Yeah,
begin
you
to
think
guess.
Dapper sent this to me? Dapper, who do you think sent this to me?
I have absolutely no
Chat,
idea.
I will count to 10 to give you guys enough time, and I will tell you the answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Manya?
5, 4,
She's
3,
gonna eat me alive if I tell.
2, 1. The person who gave me this candle that says "My last nerve, oh look, it's on fire," was my mother.
Nice. Excellent.
I only counted as 10 because like it works for the YouTube delay. Vishanti?
I mean, that would also be a pretty good guess, I think.
Vishanti gives me wonderful gifts in the form of like the funniest goddamn memes I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, she finds some choice memes. Really
Oh
does.
my god! Oh my god! Some of the shit. This woman is peak. Did you know that me and Vishanti were on an old show forever ago and we lost our minds? Who are we watching?
I don't
Hold
know.
on, let me find out.
While you check that, Roshan Lipstick Equus Keller for $4.99 says Carl Baugh, TBN TV personality. That's his normie professional title. Yeah, that actually might be. That, by the way, that's Trinity Broadcasting Network. In case anyone is unfamiliar with TBN, it's an American Christian television station.
Oh my God. To think that this is a profession of some sort. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, what he's doing now is his job. This is him doing his job. You're watching his profession.
Cringe.
One human cell is more complicated than all of the physical dimensions of the entire planet Earth, with all of its libraries.
Wait. What is he said? Physical dimensions? What does that mean?
The only thing I can think of is the size in 3 dimensions, like the volume of Earth, I guess. And I will agree, one cell has more information than it would take to describe the volume of Earth, because that would be one number. So yeah, I guess, Carl,
Very silly.
That's technically true, though. We'll take a drink for it, I guess.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. It would take way more information to completely describe a cell than it would to give you the volume of Earth.
Yeah.
Depends on what information you're talking about.
Look, here we go. Watch. I'm going to just type in volume of Earth. 1.08 trillion cubic kilometers. There.
Okay, and
how many? And if you go and multiply that by, it would be would be a billion. You'd have the number of washing machines, right? Cubic washing machines.
But, see, Manya, with a floating point decimal system, I could probably describe that to you pretty well in like 256 bits. I could not describe the entirety of a human cell to you in 256 bits.
I was thinking even a 32-bit floating point number, you can do that.
Yeah, even 32-bit, yeah.
Videos.
With one of those exponential bits.
I still don't. It's still not clicking, but maybe it will click in maybe 10 minutes later. It's still not clicking.
Videos that I was on with Vishanti like back in the day aren't around anymore. I just checked the channel. Like they're gone.
What channel
was
it on?
By the way, for the shills.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they deleted like I privated, removed, whatever, unlisted. They're gone.
Okay. Well,
I never thought I would hear their name again.
I have officially invited Vishanti to be a permanent host on that time of the month. She has accepted that, but we are currently waiting on Manya to see what her availability is going to look like. So, well, Manya's in the middle of like the clusterfuck of the century. So,
sorry for that. Trademark.
Yeah. Hopefully Manya will be there. If Manya can't be there, I don't want to pressure her unreasonably, but hopefully we'll be back to that time of the month. I have like 2 or 3 women that are on point for it. So I want Manya to be there, but if Manya can't be there, totally understandable. We love you anyway.
Aww.
No, my love for Manya is entirely contingent on her appearance on that time of the month.
What?
100%.
But I do hope this next year is a little more sane than.
What's happening is I'll just tell.
I liked Dapper's response to what Landon said. Landon's like, hopefully this next year will be more sane. He says. Go ahead, Manya. What you got?
I'm just moving countries because I'm starting a new job, and that job is like putting me in a more libelous position. Like I can be held more liable by the law because of my position. So that's why
what you mean
I don't know how much.
More legal liability, not more libelous. That means that you're defaming people in print more.
Every dumb feck Friday we've ever done.
No, not in that way.
Manya.
I'm responsible for people at a very different level.
But why aren't you moving to Canada?
Yeah, Manya.
You could do all sorts of libel in Canada.
My roommate moved out. You could have moved in and everything. It would have been lined up perfectly.
I just say
in my defense,
you would.
I am from Indian family. That's it.
You and Pesh could meet in Hawaii. You could be watching Madame Pele do her dance.
There are a lot of Indians in Canada.
That is still on the cards.
There are a lot of people from India in Canada.
About a trip to Hawaii.
All right, here we go.
With all of its assembled academic, historical knowledge, one human cell holds 20 billion exponential bits of information. I ask you a question.
Okay, Carl, here we go.
Given 16 billion years of time, with the entire universe writhing and contorting and experimenting with itself, do better.
Which is not how I would describe the universe in any way, shape, or form. I'm taking a drink for it.
Did he say writhing and contorting? What is he? Is he talking about?
You're a very twisted universe.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It honestly sounds like what he's actually imagining is like two things having sex and not like the universe as a whole.
What's the book with all the sexual positions in it?
Like, you're probably thinking of the Kama Sutra, which is a lot more than that, but it does also have that.
I mean,
that's what he's imagining right now.
Nuclear fusion is atomic sex. That's apparently.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
But he said there's only binary.
Honestly, it sounds a whole lot more like he's describing the crawling chaos than it does like he's describing the actual universe. If we want to tie it back to,
given
Lovecraft.
The chaos of his mathematics, I actually think he's more close to describing the orcs in 40K.
Okay, how about this though? What if Karl Baugh is actually like the emissary of the outer gods from the Cthulhu mythos, trying to infect humanity with all this insanity?
This is the closest I have ever felt to understanding what it feels like to try to understand the unknown of the abyss and of the far realm. Like this is like if I was trying to understand Lovecraftian, if I was trying to like map out Cthulhu, I feel this is what I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean that the folks at Mudfalls University make more sense than Carl is making.
By a significant margin, actually.
At least they're wrong. He's not even wrong. He's just
Pibblepunk, half dog, half canine for $2 says, I support Manya's libelous new career.
Question.
You're gonna get sued so hard.
Dapper.
Yes.
Why have you not emailed this man yet on screen for us?
Like you want me to like email him on screen?
Yeah, like show us.
I don't actually know.
An email?
I don't know that I actually want to talk to this guy.
What? Why?
Because I don't want my brain to break any further.
Well,
what?
Now you want to
do if you could get a recording.
Now who cares, Manya?
Tell you what, Chesh, why don't you email him? We know that you are sort of a young Earth creationist whisperer, as is evidenced by how much Sal Cordova likes you.
He hasn't answered me. I reached out to him and he ignored me, and my feelings are hurt.
Oh. He probably. Okay, hold on. Did I tell you about the time that he asked me how I got so many women on my channel?
What?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sal.
He's a dinosaur. Who is going to like avoid being attracted to a dinosaur?
So here's the thing, right?
Bruh.
Women don't generally end up going on young Earth creationist channels much. And there's a pretty good reason for that.
Yes.
It's that the average young Earth... Well, first of all, the average person who's interested enough in young Earth creationism and is a young Earth creationist who wants to go on and do, like, talks and debates and whatnot, overwhelmingly male. Just from the outset. But when you occasionally... Let me finish. When you occasionally get a woman who is interested in doing this, they usually get a whole bunch of sexism thrown at them. And so, when Sal asked me...
Really? I didn't know that. Oh my god.
So when Sal asked me, how do you get so many women to come onto your channel? I'm just like, by not being sexist to them. That's it. That's the whole key.
I would like to point out that I have never once been and have not gone to Sal's channel to be on his channel because he's never invited me.
Oh.
The only time I've ever been on Sal's channel is when he requested permission to repost the time he was on my channel, which I was totally fine with. And like that still pops up once in a while as like a reoccurring like copyright. Look out! And I'm like, no, go. It's fine. He can do that. He's never invited me on his channel.
We have 10 minutes to mountain time.
Yes. Roshina Lipstick to Equus Keller for $1.99 says, and I would not normally say this if it were not a super chat. Dapper's cloaca brings all the women to the yard. Which, you know what? Sure. Let's go with that.
Can I also point out that he has a phone number available, an address available, but does not publicly share his email address?
Ooh, Carl?
Yeah.
All right, you know what? Screw it. Let's call him.
You want to call him?
I absolutely want to call him. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. What's his number?
His number is 254-897. Wait, hold on. That's the visitor info. Wait,
what time zone? What area code is that?
Either Mountain or Central.
Texas.
Right,
This is the museum's number.
Well, that doesn't count.
An hour after midnight.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find like it. I don't think he put his personal number. He's not Kent Hovind.
I'm now tempted a little bit to call Kent Hovind, but I'm not going to.
I mean, that would also be very funny because he's never spoken to me or Manya, and I don't think he's ever spoken to Landon.
No.
All right. Let's hit play.
Keep looking.
The evolutionary community says, and I used to be a part of that community, let's have our primordial pond with just the right soup.
He was part of the community?
No. What he means by that is that he claims to have not always been a young Earth creationist. That's it. That's what he means by that.
What does he mean by not just the right soup?
He's talking about the beginning of life.
Yeah, but what makes up just the right soup?
The kind of soup that could produce life.
Which is?
Not soup!
Nice soup that could produce life. I don't know.
So I may as well make ramen. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, ramen is pretty delicious. I had some samyang cheesy ramen today.
Ramen is pretty good.
Nice.
Let's get the lightning strokes. Let's get the right temperature. And evidence that in the past, complicated than all of Houston, with every other element throughout the whole universe.
Okay, but I just want to point out, lightning strokes, everybody. You can take that.
In July of 2018, Baugh was in contact with Alvis Delk and James Bishop, who claimed to have found a dinosaur human print fossil. Both bought the fossil from Delk, who used the money to pay his medical bills. On the authenticity of the claims, reporter Bud Kennedy noted, since no scientists were involved, about all we really know so far is that the museum has a new rock.
Yep.
This was deemed, quote, not a convincing human footprint in an ancient rock by biologist Glenn J. Cuban, and called a blatant fake by biologist P.Z. Myers.
Yep. In fact, I actually know a whole lot about that print, and if it comes up, I think it's already come up somewhere. Oh yeah, it came up on... What was it? I was on a stream recently where we were talking about... We were doing Matt Powell.
I
was
found
it?
a 6.
Oh, right. I was on Grayson Hawks.
YouTube video.
Yeah, if you want to hear me talk a bit more about things like the Delk print, go see Grayson Hawks' most recent stream. I'm in the first part of it. Pillowpunk, half dog, half canine, says, lightning strokes. Where's that Electrostim guy? Oh yeah, the guy from like the Electric Egypt, where it was very clearly just
how dare you
his thinly disguised Eastim kink. And you know what? Hey, have as many Eastim kinks as you want. I just don't think that they're an appropriate subject for a video about ancient Egypt.
Yeah, no.
Because like you can have an Eastim kink. That's fine by me. I don't care. Just be safe. Because it can be dangerous.
I found the info for his museum, which I will send to you anyway, if you care, but...
I already have as much information as I have any use for his museum.
I'm digging, okay? Don't worry about it.
If that were possible, there is not enough information available in the entire universe to produce one living protein molecule, let alone one bacterium, let alone one human cell.
But Carl, that requires you to not know how numbers work at the most basic level. So I'm going to take a drink for this attempt at an argument that only works if you forget that the universe is bigger than a cell.
Okay, so, all right. As somebody who deals a lot in philosophy and somebody who deals a lot in the abstract as an artist, all right, I'm being generous. I like and enjoy the concept and the idea of living in a space that is not only like
you keep going. I'm going to get
small,
champagne,
but is also infinitely large, right? So, like from my perspective and the way I like to view things, not because it's true, just for the funsies of viewing it that way. I like to look at the world and the universe as if. So, what if we are the cell on top of a fetus, on top of a placenta, on top of a greater being that's going to birth the like a whole other universe? You know what I mean? Like every universe is a cell kind of concept, which is admittedly a fun concept to conceptualize, to think about and expound upon and like futz around with. But these are experiments and mental exercises, not what you're dealing with on like a day-to-day basis. Whether or not you want to think the universe is infinitely large or infinitely small, it literally doesn't matter, because you still have to operate within the world that you're operating in, the experience that you're having. Even if the experience you're having isn't real, you still have to assume it is, regardless, because you don't have any other option. Which isn't meant to like dissuade you. It's meant to open up your mind to like doing whatever you want anyway, because you're gonna do whatever you want to do regardless. Even if you're like, hey, listen, I don't want to listen to Taylor Swift and I don't like Taylor Swift, but I'm putting Taylor Swift on to make a point, it means that you still decided to put Taylor Swift on. That was still what you did.
Yeah. By the way, we don't know whether the universe is infinite or finite. We don't have any experiment that can prove it one way.
Yeah, we have a resource and a comparison of 0.
Yeah.
Lipstick Equus Keller for $1.99 says the Baghdad battery was an Eastim kink. No. However, the guy who thinks that basically every bit of Egyptian art ever is actually people shocking each other with static electricity.
Oh my god.
He seems to have one of those, because later on in that video, he starts talking about how he was imagining himself like in some temple waiting to get shocked, and what a wonderful and like spiritual experience it would be like. And it's as he goes on about this, it's just like, oh, this is just an excuse for him to talk about his kink in the open. Okay.
1 minute to
well, okay, but also, and maybe,
yes, we are on the countdown.
Cool.
We're also dealing with like a situation where it's like, yeah, okay, and but even though maybe, like for all we know, the universe could be a cancer cell. that's just growing extra fast as compared to every other cell inside of a biome, because guess what? We can't see. For all we know, we're the mitochondria.
The what now?
The powerhouse of the cell.
The mitochondria.
Some of us are probably the E. coli.
What?
Yeah.
20.
Mitochondria.
Well, all my understanding of biology is gone. Thanks.
Also, I think I can think of some reasons why the universe
10,
doesn't seem like
9,
a cancer cell.
8, 7,
Probably.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Mountain
Happy New Year! The real New Year.
I think the main reason why you can probably definitively say that the universe is from our experience is at least not a cancer cell is because it's not bulbousing in different spaces at different rates. If it was doing that, I would be more convinced that it was a cancer.
Yeah. And while Mountain Time is a fine time zone, I would think if you had to pick one, it would probably be UTC.
No, it's clearly Mountain. Mountain is the best time. Look, here's the thing about the Mountain Time Zone. It's got the Grand Canyon. What does UTC got?
Does the Mountain Time have all of the legal weed?
It's got Greenwich. It's got Paris. It's got,
Yeah, none of those are gigantic holes in the ground, Landon. So.
Yeah, but I heard that echoes can only happen in small spaces.
I'm gonna go and make some. I made some waffles and peanut butter because I think I need.
Do you have a waffle press, like a waffle maker?
Yeah, I just made some waffles, and so I'm gonna put some peanut butter and some.
What's your waffle maker shaped like?
It's the square waffles.
The fact that it's not like a Death Star or like something else. I have one that's Pokemon shaped, and I have finally found something that I'm better at than Landon, and it's waffles.
Yeah, definitely.
There you go.
You have a better waffle
when you
maker.
visit me, I'm gonna make you Pokeball shaped waffles.
I'd love to do that. I'd love to try that in there. But I'm doing it because I think I need some brain food because I'm getting I'm getting my exponential bits being sucked out of me, and
I'm trying to kill my brain cells.
Oh my god!
But I'll be listening. I'm listening on the headphones. So.
Gordon Main says, "Doesn't Mountain Time adjust for daylight savings time? Dapper is in Arizona time." Well, first, no one is in daylight savings time in the United States right now, and second, no, Mountain Time doesn't do anything. States in Mountain Time do adjust for daylight savings time, except for Arizona, which is the only sane state when it comes to things like that I know of.
Except for bits of the Arizona that do.
Well, okay, but that's those parts of Arizona are like
they don't count.
Arizona, but only kind of, because they're technically under the authority of the Navajo Nation and not the state of Arizona.
Did you know that in Canada we actually have an entirely different way of addressing our Native Americans? So we don't call them Native Americans, we call them First Nations, and the reason we differentiate is because they're supposed to be the way it's supposed to work, and this is something that our current prime minister has been working on and is in the process of and has been in the process for a long time because it's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
And there's opposing forces and X, Y, and Z, whatever, is that the Native Americans or the First Nations of Canada are supposed to be their own nation existing alongside our current Canadian nation.
Yeah,
so they're
good
not
luck getting
Canadian
that
when
done.
they're not First Nations Canada, and they're not like Indian Canada, and they're not like no. They're their own nation that reserves their own rights and their own shticks and their own.
I feel like that is an ideal primarily honored in the breach.
Yes, and there are excessive, like not excessive reason. It's reasonable, but extenuating is a better word. Agreements.
Wait, what's a better word?
Extenuating.
That isn't a word.
What?
Extenuating is not a word.
Okay, what's the word I'm looking for?
It might be extenuating.
This is like when I found out explanation mark was the way you're supposed to pronounce it.
It's not.
No!
Uh-oh.
Right,
Roshina, lipstick to Equus Keller.
exclamation mark, and I thought it was explanation mark.
It's not explanation, it's exclamation.
Exclamation.
Yes.
Listen, I've said a lot of words wrong, and I'm going to keep saying words wrong, and that's what I'm here for. Point being is that the whole point is to try to navigate both nations as individuals. So, like, Canada is a nation, and the people who lived here before the British and French and Spain occupations are also their own people, and so they should work in tandem as equals as opposed to one inside of another one.
Roshina lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says Paris is built on a gigantic hole in the ground, limestone caves, but it's nowhere near as big as the Grand Canyon, so Paris can get wrecked.
You cannot understand the number of words that I've pronounced incorrectly my entire life, and will continue to pronounce incorrectly my entire life, despite my best efforts on correction.
Prostetnik Vogon Jelts for 42 sex. Thank you very much. I always do appreciate when people send the sex. Says AIG are great poets with an AIG as a bag of dicks emoji, or at least an attempt at one, so we will take a drink for it. Thank you very much. All right, here we go.
Academically, that says, in the beginning, God created the whole thing.
It doesn't
and
say
that's
that,
really
though.
what we find. We find it orchestrated. Well, let's see if that is...
Carl, you're made up numbers that are literally impossible, no matter which way you define them. Don't say anything about God. What it says is something about your mathematical ineptitude.
Mm-hmm.
But did God give us soap?
No.
Not in the Bible, at least.
Then he's already starting us off with a handicap, and I feel like that's unfair.
Supported. That orchestration is supported by actual evidence. It's...
Oh, Mark Right-Handed Sid Smith for $2 says, New Zealand's time zone is the best time zone.
Yeah.
Can I request a poll that says soap or not soap? Because I want to know how many degenerates who don't use soap.
No, because I want to assume that all of my chatters use soap, because that will help my, mental health.
Ignoring the facts is not going to help you.
It will in this case. Yep. Look, there are some truths out there that man was not meant to know. I thought you knew this as a fan of H.P. Lovecraft, Chesh.
Listen, I am also an advocate of the more information I have, the better decision I can make as a degenerate.
Chesh is the kind of person who would put out an audiobook of the Necronomicon if she could.
Oh, yes. 100%. I already did Fox and Socks, and I'd do it again.
Roshina Lipstick to Equus Keller for $1.99 says, Carl's audience looks so bored. Well, that's because they don't have this wonderful panel to keep them entertained through his absolute insane nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly is. This evidence I gave you just a moment ago would mandate...
Mark Right-Handed Sith Smith for $2 says, I don't just use soap. I make my own. Well, I'm going to assume that is true, and you make your own soap, and that is pretty cool.
I would like to know your recipe.
Yeah. I don't know that I would start making soap myself. I feel like that's pretty involved. But it's certainly cool.
I have two very specific things that I do, and that's because I have really bad. So maybe I won't go into it right now because it's kind of like a bit of a story. Chat, let me know if you want me to. I will.
You could not be an atheist. There was a time when I was of atheistic persuasion, but I didn't know that.
Look, Chesh, if Carl Baugh makes up numbers big enough, you're not allowed to be an atheist anymore.
Huh?
I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Nani?
Look, we're just going to take a drink for how true that is.
A number that's bigger than I can imagine. All right.
Therefore, you can't be an atheist. You better stop.
Okay. I had some thoughts about this that I left alone because Monia and Landon and Maddie are better at numbers than I am. But again, I keep looking at things, and I keep looking at like things like Project 2025, and I keep looking at things that are like relevant to people's lives. And I keep saying, okay, but why are we spending less money on this particular thing than the amount of money this man spent on Twitter, which was already overinflated, admittedly, by this person? I don't understand, because everything is relative. Am I stupid?
No, you're not.
Is it me?
No.
Oh.
You're not the bad guy. You're not.
Vadim Radchenko, we do not need to have the everyone is born an atheist discourse today.
Oh, are babies atheists? Is
Yeah,
that where
please,
we're at? I don't
please
think
don't
there's
start that one.
anybody in this call that disagrees about that situation, right?
I think that is probably true.
So yeah, then we don't need to have the conversation. So we
Okay.
don't have to worry about our rocks atheists. We don't have to worry about our babies atheists. I think we can all agree that if we're talking about an atheist, we're talking about a being that is sentient and sapient enough to understand the concept to make a cognizant decision. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Great. Everybody has 2 brain cells and they're all capable of rubbing them together to make a friction spark. Good job, everybody.
That information.
Except for Carl.
It would mandate that you cannot be a theistic evolutionist.
Just
it would
drink.
mandate that evolutionary processes are absolutely impossible.
Atheistic
It would totally
evolutionist?
falsify the entire Darwinian.
No, he said theistic evolutionist. That's someone who's a theist and also
theistic.
accepts evolution.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
huh?
Oh, okay.
Left-handed Jedi for $5 says,
heart attack.
"That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons, even death may die." Thank you for that wonderful couplet from the Dread Necronomicon by the mad Arab Abdul Al-Hazred, because H.P. Lovecraft didn't know how Arabic names work, because that's not a valid name. Ooh, we got foods.
So there's my it's peanut butter that we made from peanuts here, and Canadian maple syrup on
Nice.
just made it.
Yeah, by the way, in case...
Nice.
What?
Go ahead. And I have a question for Jesh.
In case anyone's wondering, Abdul is actually not a real Arabic name. It's a combination of Abd with the definite article al, and then the next thing is supposed to be one of the 99 names of God, like, you know, Abdullah, like just God, or Abdullah, Abdulrahman, or just any of those, right? So Abdul is not a real name in Arabic.
So I have a conversation once a month on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern, for anybody who's interested, on Debate Hub, that is talking about philosophy. And we are slowly working our way to talking about beliefs versus certainty. We're not there yet, but we will get there. And I recommend you watch the stuff before that to actually build on cognizant and not like ivory tower, like very much easily reachable by the common person who doesn't know anything about philosophy. So you don't know anything about philosophy, please go and check it out, and please go and check out the videos that are going to come before the belief versus certainty versus like what is atheism, what is agnostic. We will get there, but we're trying to build this like understanding before we go there.
Weren't you a producer, somebody who already answered that?
No, I've been a producer for somebody, but not somebody who answered that.
Okay.
Somebody wanted an opinion about that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to trigger that. You said something while I was gone. I was making, and I was doing the waffles about soap. What's the question about soap? Tell me.
Is soap yes or no?
I have a trigger personally that I keep bringing up on Dapper's channel. I won't let it go. And it's that the Bible isn't good enough because it doesn't have a recipe and God didn't give us soap.
I mean, because the soap is important, right?
That's what I'm saying.
And
I'm like, listen, like we might have gotten soap a long, long time ago, but for a book that's supposed to like answer the scientific questions about life and everything.
Which it's not.
But that's what the young Earth creationists like to say.
Okay.
But even if you want like the answers to life, which even if you're not a young Earth creationist, a lot of religious people will say that the Bible will give you all the answers to life. The fact that the recipe for soap isn't in there, and the fact that we didn't start with soap from the get-go is kind of cringe, bro.
Yes, it's obviously a flaw somewhere in the literature.
It
by the way,
bothers me.
when you're about ready
Look,
to
I
finish
even
your,
have a Bulbasaur with
but
soap.
so with your soap, when you're about ready to finish the one soap, you get the next soap and you stick them together, so you got a chain, and you can keep going, so that when that soap is almost done, oh, that's very cute. Then you stick the next piece of soap on it, so you basically chain it. So I've been keeping my chain going since about 1980, and it still is going, because it's important to do things like chaining soap, because soap is there. But you're right, I don't know.
I've been through a lot of highs and lows in my life, and one thing I have never given up is fucking soap.
Yeah, no.
I have been like, listen, I've been poor, all right? I've been like,
Roshina, lipstick to Equiskeller for $1.99 says, if you like soap, you'll love Schultz fabric. Thank you very much.
I've been like couch surfing before, and I will not give up soap.
Yeah, no.
I wash my hair with soap.
Nice.
I do it again.
Yeah, soap is good.
In concept, because those life forms, even if it appears that one primitive form is more complicated than the other, that is not the case. At the very bottom, the eye of the trilobite is more complicated than these television and video cameras recording these lectures today.
I would love to know. Yeah, I would love to know by what metric he says that.
Yeah, how do you measure that?
I don't know. There is, as far as I can tell, there is just no answer to that question.
You start with complicated life, even if it's in that form, but it's not.
Carl, trilobites are not at the bottom of the fossil record. There are many, many much simpler animals lower in the fossil record than trilobites. Trilobites don't even appear until some 10 million years into the Cambrian. They're not even at the bottom of the Cambrian. Are they what?
I said, but are they eukaryotes?
Yes, they are.
So
taking a drink.
Eukaryotes, by this dude's mathematics, we're looking at each individual different cell, and they're eukaryotes. Therefore, there are different cells. Each of the different types of cells, kinds, if you will, have a number of 1 to the power of 160, which is 1.
Yeah.
So
which means what?
Nothing.
Okay.
So
Cool.
Dapper,
Great. Good
did
math.
the flood kill the trilobites, or did they are they according to the?
So here's the thing, right? Creationists will say that aquatic organisms didn't need to be on the ark because they could survive a flood. But also, it's used as the excuse as to why so much of the aquatic paleofauna is also gone, with no, as far as I can tell, real attempt to figure out why it is that trilobites died out, but say lobsters didn't. Like, what's special about trilobites or special about lobsters?
Obviously because lobsters are delicious.
Well, how do you know trilobites aren't delicious?
I
They might be
don't,
crunchy
and that's why I know they aren't, because if they were delicious, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Or, and listen, it can only mean one of two things. Either trilobites are disgusting and nobody cares, or trilobites are delicious, and more delicious than lobsters and crabs. Which means they are like a succulent, and we need to get like the Pokemon thing going on where we can revive, like.
All right, bring back the trilobites, everybody. Let's do it.
Not in that form.
Hashtag.
Before the series is out, you'll find that man was down here. Man was all over the place, and the whole thing is recent. Let's deal with the logistics of time.
Let's
the logistics of
What?
time. So, how time gets goods from one place to the other? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
No,
space-time.
no.
Space-time and Amazon.
I'm just taking a drink.
I can't do that.
I took a drink for that one.
Time
Yes,
doesn't work
please.
like that, and and that's not because like I'm trying to be like fancy about it. Time legitimately, we don't understand time. We understand time in 3 dimensions, not 4 or 5 or 6. It's us looking at time is us looking at the effects of time over a course of time, which is circular to begin with. so, like, all we can understand is our experience of time, and our experience of time is not like an outsider looking at what time actually is. It's of somebody underneath the pressure of what time does. We don't get to look at time from some kind of like ocular view where like we're like, oh look, time does this over here and then it does that over there and then it does that. We can experience the fluctuations to it, but we don't understand time as what it is, just as in what we experience.
All right, we have a couple super chats here. Let's see. Rochelle Lipstick Equus Keller for $1.99 says, have you ever eaten a giant isopod with butter? With a butter emoji? And unfortunately, no, I have not. Only Here to Lurk for $2 redo says, I see your trilobite and raise you a giant tortoise. I mean, I am given to understand that people have eaten giant tortoise, and it's pretty decent. Also, Vishanti says, at Dapper Dinosaur, Valdivia brought back trilobites earlier in 2024. That's true, he did. And I know, because I was there when he did it, and I helped. So, if you want to check out Valdivia on Blue Sky, he does a lot of really fun, mostly horror-themed Photoshop, where he'll.
But she also says that she's a time traveler, but it's all space time anyway. So.
Well, I mean, like she says, it is an intrinsic Jew power. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Jews get time travel.
But it's all space time, and so see my talks on relativity, because time is fun.
You heard it here first, everybody. Time is fun. It's not just an inexorable march towards death.
While. How long ago did all of this happen? Are there actual data supporting the time factor for creation?
Well, if by that you just mean the young Earth, then no. I don't know what a time factor is per se, Carl, but I'm just going to take a drink for just how much word salad he spouts. He's always just making up terms that don't mean anything because he thinks it makes him sound smart. And maybe it does to people with essentially no education. But if you have gotten to at least a high school level of education or more, Carl sounds like a gibbering moron.
But yeah, is Carl? Does he believe this? Is he like a Ken Hovind, or is he just grifting?
So
do you know?
I don't know how to tell the difference, honestly. In his case, I don't know how to tell in his case. I can usually figure out, but with Carl, part of it is it's hard to say if he believes what he's saying because it's hard to understand what he is saying in the first place. So how could I assess whether or not he believes it? Right? Like if I just use some absolute total gibberish and then I asked you, am I lying or telling the truth? How would you answer? That's very cute. So like, yeah, I just don't know. Like if I just started like quoting like lorem ipsum text at you.
The question would then become about whether or not you understood or believed the gibberish, right? So like like what he's saying is gibberish to us. But if he believes his gibberish, we'd have to understand what he is basing his gibberish on to begin with, and we don't know that. And without that information, we can't tell if he's lying or not. We can't tell if he's just like actually been reading Lovecraftian like horror actualities of the far realm.
Well, here's what I've done. I have put up a poll. Is Carl a true believer, yes or no?
What can you define true believer?
Does he actually honestly believe in young Earth creationism and those parts of his ideas that he expresses that are at least coherent enough to be ideas in the first place?
I'm personally going to say no because I haven't heard him explain or even bring up anything that makes any sense from like a layman's perspective.
Okay. Curious
like,
Dolphin.
Again, I'm the layman in the room, but even if I were to like go further than even I can go, I don't think that if you were to ask any of the congregation he's speaking to, if they understood what he was saying, I don't think they would say yes.
No, and I don't think so either. A Curious Dolphin for 10 pounds says, recently saw a book for 3-year-olds about God, the wonderful creator, which described Noah's flood as, quote, God washed the earth to fix it after man broke it, end quote. No mention of soap at all. No wonder it failed. Nice.
I'm telling you, soap is important.
I'm not disagreeing.
And, like, very relevant to human survival. And God would know that, and he should have given us soap. If you want to argue that, oh, well, he didn't give us soap in the Garden of Eden. Okay, yeah, but he gave us rules for how to treat women on their periods. He should give us information about soap.
Come on.
The evolutionary concept is that this occurred on planet Earth about 4.5 billion years ago.
What's this, Carl? Is it the origin of life?
What happened?
Because no, that's about 3-ish billion years ago.
Don't forget to like and share the stream.
Yeah, do that. It's very important.
Yes.
I'm taking a drink for Carl just saying this and just hand waving at, like, what? Who knows? DM Carl Ipsum Wing for $1 sends a blank super chat. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
I assume it's pro soap.
I mean, probably. I don't think anyone here is anti-soap. And if you are, you can keep that to yourself.
Tell me right now.
No. Tell Chesh on her channel. Don't tell me.
Yeah, no, okay. Tell me on my channel or tell me on Blue Sky about how anti-soap you are, and then I will bring you onto my channel and we will have a discussion about how wrong you are.
I don't need to hear about it.
It is that 16 billion years ago, the Big Bang occurred. Well, the Big Bang has a problem.
Oh!
It wasn't a Big Bang.
Landon, you ready for this? The Big Bang has a problem.
Oh, what's the problem? What's the
It was a
problem?
big
But
word.
16 billion is, although...
Oh, it wasn't a Big Bang. It was a big word. Apparently, that's the problem.
At the time that this was around 1970 or so, the age of the universe was relatively uncertain.
Yeah.
And 16 billion was one of the numbers, so he's not...
Yeah, but did you hear that the Big Bang wasn't a bang? It was a word.
Yeah. I mean, it was basically a curmudgeon on a radio talk show, decrying that the model that he wanted wasn't really being held up for evidence.
No. You're thinking about the term the Big Bang, but there was no Big Bang. There was a big word.
Oh.
Yeah.
Semantics.
How big was it? How many exponential bits long was that word?
Well, apparently, good question. Oh, that was a joke. I'm counting that as a joke.
And that word had design behind it. The word was, let there be.
I feel like that's 3 words. But marked right-handed Smith for $2 says, soap. It does a body good. That is accurate.
We're pro soap here.
I used soap several times already today. By several,
Same.
I mean, I don't know, like...
Wash your damn hands,
5, 6,
animals.
7 times?
You're disgusting.
I washed my hands every time I was about to cook or eat. I washed it every time I used the bathroom, took a shower. Those were all soap instances.
Sometimes washing before you go to the bathroom is also important because...
Yeah.
And behind that statement had to be design for any of it to work, and it happened not long ago.
That's a cool assertion, Carl. Could you provide any reason for anyone to think that that's true?
Yeah.
You said, well, wait a minute.
Besides the Bible says so, according to you.
Also, he made up big numbers, Landon, so we can't forget that. He did make up really big numbers. Or maybe not, because we didn't know what the initial value was in front of the exponent. If it had been 1, then, I mean...
If it was less than 1, it'd be near 0 at this point.
True, that's a good point. So we don't actually know, I suppose. Although I guess we can say, since we're counting bits, it's either 0 or 1, or some other whole number, right? Since we're doing bits. And fractional bits usually don't make much sense. Vladimir says, do you wash your hand before you take a shower? No, usually I just get in the shower and then I start soap and shampoo and things. Although I don't have a whole lot to shampoo being a dinosaur.
That's putting God into a time frame. No, God has always been.
Okay, cool.
Well, sure, explain that. I didn't come to explain it.
Roshan Lipstick Equus Keller for $4.99 says, don't consume soap. Surfactants are powerful diarrhea makers. with a soap and a poop emoji. But what if that's what I'm going for? What if that's my goal? See? No one ever thinks about that. And then for $5, MK Ultra, Shana Tova Dapper. Okay, that's Dapper. Shana Tova Dapper. That's way too... What are we going for here? This is for 15 shekels, by the way, and I'm struggling through some Hebrew. So, Shana Tova Dapper, I'm not even going to try with the rest of it, but thank you very much. I appreciate this. It is a New Year wish.
Vashante, if she's there.
Oh, it's supposed to be AIG. Okay, it's AIG is a bag of dicks, so we'll take a drink for that. Because I recognize that that's supposed to be AIG at the front there.
I feel like that's a fair assumption on your channel anyway, but did you just what did you call Vashanti?
I don't think I'm called Vashanti anything.
No, I think Landon called Vashanti something different.
Oh, I don't know.
Did you call her Vashante like she's Canadian and you put a T at the end?
Vashanti. That's how she...
Vashanti or Vashante?
Shantae.
Look, I'm just going to say...
Vashante.
Isn't it Vashanti?
I tried much harder with Hebrew today than I normally do, because I usually just give up on Hebrew immediately. So,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I'm just giving Landon a hard time. I couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah. But basically, once I got past the AIG, I was like, you know what? I don't know all these words, so I'm not even going to try. Because that's one of those things about Hebrew, is if you're completely unfamiliar with a word, what vowels should go where, good luck. Yeah. In some cases, even what value should the consonants have is going to be good luck.
It's the peanut butter, too.
So let's take... Sorry.
Is it the peanut butter jelly time? Peanut butter jelly
guys,
time.
let's at least get half of the people watching to vote on is Carl
I'm
a true
gonna head
believer?
out, guys.
Bye, Manya.
Happy New Year, everyone, once again.
Happy New Year.
And enjoy your New Year.
Also, like and share the stream.
Huh? What?
Like and share the stream, Manya.
Yeah.
I hope this next month this current month is really good for you. So.
Thank you. I really need that. Thank you so much, Landon. Everybody take care. Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, let's get at least a few more votes in here. Like maybe, I don't know, like 10 or 11 more votes? There's 105 of you or so, and only 42 of you have voted.
You don't want to be voted or billboed.
Yeah, no, don't get vote billboed. Although we have as many likes as we have concurrent viewers, so I do appreciate that quite a bit. I also notice I'm a little late in updating the donations tracker, which, I mean, they're not donations, but you guys get what I mean.
The best thing you could do is engage at the level of views that the channel is getting. So, sorry, my throat. If there are 100 people watching, if all 100 people that are watching the stream right now left a comment, you would blow Dapper into the stratosphere.
It's true. As long as it's not a comment about the algorithm, because YouTube knows that trick.
Yes. So if you leave a comment saying thumbs up and literally nothing else, like anything, it doesn't matter as long as it's not like about like I usually use algae as my reference to the algorithm because the algorithm doesn't catch that. But sorry.
Well, now it will because you told it.
Put in the number of drinks you had. Put in what you did. Make some kind of reference to a funny thing you saw in the stream at any point during the stream, particularly if you're a major fan and you're like, I'm going to wait till the very end of the stream to leave a comment. Do that thing, and it will do wonders for Dapper's channel.
All right. Yes, I agree.
I came to just state it. Well, I thought you were being academic.
He said just state, but it really sounded like gestate.
I am. If I could
explain
explain
to this man
God,
about women things,
then in principle, I could create God.
What?
And I cannot.
I'm sorry, so if you could explain how God created the universe, that would allow you to create God? How do you figure? I'm just gonna take a drink. I have no idea what that is even supposed to mean. How that's supposed to follow.
How do you how? Where do you get from 160 to we managed to jump to I cannot because God reasons.
Simon Peter Q says, never thought I'd get to watch Dapper Dinosaur live. Hello from Taiwan, where it's gone 3:30 in the afternoon on 1st of January, 2025. Well, hello.
You are well into 2025. How is it? Is it going great yet, or is it terrible?
And Vadim Rychenko is letting us know that Baugh is Azathoth confirmed. Baugh's gummies just kicked in. I mean, I'm not saying that I might have gummies that I've recently consumed that might kick in shortly after the stream or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm also not saying it.
I'm not saying I'm
but
going
he created
to throw
me.
myself off a bridge at the end of this, but I'm not saying I'm not going to either.
No.
Just have your own gummies.
It's a really tiny bridge.
I didn't realize that gummies and bridge were equivalent, but okay.
So I'm being totally academic. You can't explain your mom and dad.
I'm being totally just drinking.
Where?
That must have been a joke that didn't land.
Give me one academic part of this whole thing.
He can't.
Chad, I beg you. Is there a single academic portion that we've what? How many minutes are we to this, Dapper? 15?
18 and a half.
15 and a half.
18.
In 18. In nearly 20 minutes. Can anybody in chat name one singular time so far that is quote unquote defined as academic?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't think so. Also,
that's almost Dapper. That's almost poll worthy. Yes, no poll.
Well, we do have to end this poll. So, is Carl a true believer? We got 48 votes.
Oh my god.
And it is exactly split 50-50. So 50% of you think that who voted think that Carl is a true believer. 50% thought not. And that's where I am too. I don't really know. So I don't know. All right, here we go.
I mean, mothers and dads, you can't explain your kids, can you? How can we explain God?
Yes.
We
yes,
can't.
you can.
He's transcendent.
Pause, please. He just said, mothers, you can't explain your children. Yes, you can.
No, he said you can't explain God to your children.
Then what? That's worse.
I agree.
Didn't you say can you explain your children?
No.
The complexity of your children, therefore you can't.
We'll rewind it a second here.
Yeah, rewind it. Maybe I misunderstood.
Before we do that, though, Roshan Lipstick to Equus Keller for $4.99 says, this video was made back when the Big Crunch was available. Hypothesis? I believe so.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yep. All right, here we go.
You can't explain your mom and dad, can you?
Okay, so kids can't explain their mom and dad.
I mean, mothers and dads, you can't explain your kids, can you?
No, he did say that.
How can we explain God? We can't.
That's dumber than I thought.
He's transcendent. But he leaves his signature.
All right, we need to talk about this.
All right.
This is a okay. All right, I'm going to be brief, and maybe I will elaborate on this on another day, but I will be brief about it. Yes, you can. As a child, you can explain your parents. The problem is perception. So depending on how communicative your parents are to you as a child will depend on how much your child will be able to understand you. Children are not stupid. They're just inexperienced. And so if you give them more of that experience by elaborating and explaining why and what you're doing compared to the average child who doesn't have that information, they will have an easier time understanding where you're coming from. This is why in media, children who call their parents by their given names as opposed to mom and dad have a better understanding and are usually better in media. If you look at a kid who says, so I was talking to Gene the other night, and the kid says, who is Gene? And they say, oh, my dad is Gene. And they're like, you call your parent by their given name? And they're like, yeah, those kids are way more well adjusted as opposed to other children. And it's because there's a level of understanding that they're both human, period. And they have a name and they're a person, as opposed to being this oligarchy, or as opposed to because they own all the property and they own all the money and they have all the power. This authoritarian perception. And so and again, not only is this seemingly true in a realistic setting, it's so fundamental in a realistic setting that it makes its way into media, right? So look at any example, you pick one, and you'll find it's relatively consistent across at least media. And so if we're going to talk about whether a parent is knowable by their child, it 100% is dependent on whether that parent makes themselves knowable or not to that child. If they don't make themselves knowable, what the hell do you want the child to do? Invent things? That's the only option you're giving them. But whether you like it or not, that child will begin to understand you in either a more positive, neutral, or negative light over time. So if you were to track 30, 40, 50 parental units to, let's say, a singular child, then that child, as they got older, their perception of their parents would change. And that's maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. That's dependent. But at the same time, if you were going to go the other direction and say, no, we are beings of absolute authority to our children, and look how poorly that affects the family unit, it's not good. So what are you talking about? If God wants to be knowable or not? Sorry, go ahead. Well, he brought it up. He's the one who
Let's get into the energy mechanics of this thing.
You are as a parent.
Is there evidence to show that this thing was created rapidly? Oh, there's...
God is choosing to be unknowable by his theology.
Splendid evidence to show that it was created rapidly.
But
now you're awake, aren't you? Dr. Robert Gentry is a global scholar. I don't know a more brilliant man anywhere.
Maybe he's a geographer.
How can God not make a choice when he's all knowable and all powerful?
Yeah. By the way, just in case you're if you're also watching what's happening with
I'm getting a Dapper muted question mark in the chat.
The lava lake has risen up.
Make a drink for Dapper's a professional.
The lava lake is beginning to cover the fountain. So the fountain is now about half as high because it's struggling getting through the lava lake. All right.
Okay.
Haley, she's having fun.
I'm gonna surf on a sponge and nobody.
But it's 2 hours, 2 hours 15 minutes to their New Year's.
We won't be around for that. Sorry, everybody.
Dr. Gentry is a very quiet scholar, but a very capable scholar.
Oh, by the way,
like my rant speaks quietly.
My rant was about
what
does a global scholar mean? Does it mean he's a scholar of the globe-shaped Earth? Does it mean he's not a flat earther? Does it mean he's well respected around the globe? Does it mean he's like Glenn said, a geography guy? Carl,
this is already too far. What does quiet mean? He speaks quietly.
I think that's exactly what that means.
Very much like like
Well, that
written
part's true.
literature. He doesn't do anything. What does quiet mean? Nobody pays attention to him?
Oh, that's also true. That is part of it.
So, like, but what does he mean?
I don't know. What does he ever mean?
I don't know. I don't think we've figured a single thing that this man is actually trying to say so far.
He has worked with the Atomic Energy Commission under Grant. He has worked at their primary Oak Ridge National Laboratories. He's worked at multiple additional laboratories. He is a major scholar.
Okay, so he's worked at a few laboratories in the U.S. Hey,
That's not global. Oh no, we've gotten to we're in America or not America.
People, those of you in my audience who are residents and or citizens of the United States of America, I'm just here to remind you once again that there are parts of the world that aren't America, and they are still, like, significant parts of the world that count. Yeah.
Although recently, apparently, America wants to make the entirety of Canada the 51st state, and it is not going over well.
Yeah, that Orange Man wants your province to be a county of the state of Canada.
This is a whole conversation for the tavern.
I mean, personally, I see no downsides to this whatsoever, and I will not be taking questions about that.
I see no downside
on this
if
work, and
America decides to adopt Canadian policies.
All of the academicians who have examined it and participated on either side have said the work is accurate. What did he find?
No, they absolutely haven't, Carl. That is just a lie.
In the granite crust of the Earth. Now let's get back to the creation model. There's a granite crust all around the Earth. Now it was ripped apart and
I mean, it's not true because
only crust.
It seems like, or at least that there's a global layer of granite. Which no, there's oceanic crust, which is just basalt.
I mean, because yeah, there's a lot of non-granite in.
Yeah, like you can't just say there's a granite shell entirely around the Earth. It's just not true. And there's not enough granite for it to have ever been true.
The ocean basins, so it does not currently encompass the ocean basin. Basalt encompasses that, but when you straighten...
So you knew that, Carl, but you're still going to pretend that there's a global granite layer, or there was. Okay, cool.
When you level out the mountains that have been crimped up, it would cover the ocean basin. So, in the model, we have a crust of granite. When leveled out, it averages 6.5 miles thick. So, in case you're sketching the creation model, sketch this. That granite shows that it was ruptured at one time and it was pushed upon itself, thus causing tremendous uplifts and mountain ranges. But let's level it all out. In that granite worldwide, Dr. Robert Gentry has analyzed tens of thousands of specimens. Let me just draw a little...
Tens of thousands of specimens. He said analyze each individually, or he just looked at a bunch of specimens?
So I actually don't know specifically what Robert Gentry's methodology is beyond that he thin-sectioned granite specimens in order to look at them under a microscope. That's as much as I know. Olivia Williams for $6.99. Beaver Buck says, Quebec would be a bloodbath with a Ghidorah, and we'll take a drink for that Ghidorah. Yeah, I probably would.
Yeah.
Quebec is a bloodbath regardless.
Not entirely inaccurate.
These people riot when they win hockey.
Yeah, what else are you supposed to do?
What do you think they don't like if they lose?
I will point out that the last time I was in Experience a Ride in Canada, it was in Vancouver.
Yeah, take that.
As somebody who is born and bred in Ontario, I have an unreasonable respect for Quebec for, like, having principles and telling everybody else to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
They messed up during COVID and have messed up a handful of times in a direction that I don't agree with, but I respect that they all got on the same page to go in a direction.
Yeah, true. Although I would like them to leave Newfoundland Labrador alone, because that
would be nice. Yes,
that was nice, and also respect the.
I also like that they're allegedly working behind the scenes to agree with Ontario that if America decides to go to war, economic war with Canada and put on a bunch of tariffs, that they are also, along with Ontario, going to stop selling power to America, which means two things. One, a bunch of America is out of power, and two, our prices for a hydro drop like a rock.
Could be. We'll have to see. Hopefully, Saturday will prevail. Hopefully, we'll be nice downstairs neighbors. Sorry for making Trademark Canada.
I mean, you're welcome to vote in Obama again if you want.
Actually, he had 2 terms, so he's not allowed.
I'm not allowed as you vote in a felon. Don't at me.
Landon,
like
I gotta say, you pretending that like things like the Constitution and laws matter is kind of adorable.
Yes, it is. It's one of my more adorable qualities. Yes.
Yeah, we gave up even the pretense of that in this past year. The United States is now strictly a country of men and not of laws.
Stop.
Chunk of that granite. That's a chunk of granite.
Okay, it's a chunk of granite.
Believe it or not. In that granite, Dr. Gentry and other researchers.
Outside of the Earth with the definitely not mayonnaise in the middle and the like squiggly, not the powerhouse of the cell on the outside firmament.
I have no idea what you just asked.
I'm asking where this granite exists relative to his other drawing.
Oh, it's in the crust.
I think that's supposed to be some chunk.
Is it on its own? He's making a new drawing?
Yeah, there's a new drawing. This is just a chunk. He said, imagine this is a chunk
What?
of granite.
Put it there. He's got a whole blank space behind. All right, whatever.
Yeah. He keeps drawing on that spot.
Nuclear physics and geology and geophysics have observed the following. In that granite are tiny little rings in the crystalline structure.
That's
the
true.
granite
Take a
is
drink.
crystalline.
He's going to do the Polonium ring.
And in it has recorded tiny little crystalline rings.
That's exactly what
Those
he's about to
rings
do.
are very special. They're called pleochroic halos. And those little rings show
Right, or is that wrong?
the radioactive decay from uranium-238 all the way down to lead, Pb206, which is non-radioactive. It shows the chain. In the laboratory, we can reproduce that chain reaction. And let me put you to sleep, because this is extreme.
We already did. But also, it's not a chain reaction. It is a decay chain. A chain reaction is when a reaction causes another reaction. That is not what's happening here.
That's the chain, right? This is a, yeah.
So it's not a chain reaction, Carl. It is a decay chain. And I know it's confusing because the word chain is in both of those phrases. But that doesn't mean it's the same thing.
I'm dumb. A chain reactions is if this then that, right?
Well, this and that, things follow from other things, right?
Yeah, so like a domino, right?
Yeah,
Like if
in
this
a
domino
causal,
falls,
yeah.
then the next domino falls.
That's
then
a chain
the next
reaction.
Domino. So that's a chain.
Yep. But if you just had a domino that every once in a while just kind of fell over
and hit
spontaneously.
nothing else, like who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to be something that does something that does something that creates a chain.
Yeah, something has to respond to the thing happening. So if this, then that.
For instance, the sustained induced nuclear fission in, say, a nuclear reactor, that is a chain reaction because each fission event also produces a certain number of free neutrons, which themselves are likely to go on to cause more fission. That's a chain reaction.
If this, then that. So if this happens, then it is likely that then this happens.
But the spontaneous decay of a decay product is not caused by the previous decay. They're causally unrelated.
Got it.
Okay.
Extremely important.
I understand.
We're addressing the question, well, what does the evidence show? Long progressive evolutionary acceleration of life processes?
No, because it's granite and it doesn't evolve or have life processes, Carl. What the hell do you think granite is? Taking a drink.
Is this an atheist granite, by the way?
No, this is life made from rocks.
Sorry. Sorry.
This is
Try back
And
in.
before that,
lightning
acceleration
from rocks.
of a coalescing mass finally coming together in a form with igneous granite and all of that with slow processes taking billions of years.
I do want to point out that granite has to take a long time to form, because if it doesn't, it forms rhyolite instead, and those aren't the same thing. So just the existence of granite per se, on its own, shows that the Earth is far older than Carl thinks it. Carl thinks it is.
But Carl, you're wrong. All right, listen, Dapper. If I die from this and the coughing, you do what you will. Everything belongs to you. You're welcome.
Even the goats?
Take
all of my nothing. Congratulations.
Your
Yay.
Critter.
Yeah, I get the ramen.
I'll write you down a synopsis of like the 7 stories in my brain that I've been working on that haven't made it onto paper yet, and you're now responsible for making them into real things.
But how your ramen critter thing pill?
I just hope to burden people with work on my death.
Okay.
Or does it support instantaneous creation?
Hi, Silu.
The academic evidence supports instantaneous creation.
No, it doesn't.
How is that?
How?
Well, watch. In that granite, Dr. Gentry and others have found the little ring. It's a little photograph, energy photograph.
Oh, okay. He means that the rings are caused by the decay of radioactive nuclides, and what happens is that whatever they emit has a certain mean free path. And at the edge of that mean free path is going to be a spherical shell that is discolored because of the interactions there. And so what he's saying is that these events are being recorded in a way analogous to photons striking film and causing a discoloration of the film, which you can then turn into a photograph. At least that's what I'm thinking that he means, in order to make this make some kind of sense.
Because
I did more science in my photography class in high school, which I skipped most of the time.
Yeah. So you have little concentrations of radioactive material that decay, and they have a mean free path from that nucleate that
right.
site.
And at the distance of that mean free path, there's going to be a spherical shell of discoloration.
Yeah. Depending on the energy of the particles being
right. That will determine the size of the shell, which will then tell you what nuclide caused it. So, yeah.
Yep.
So right now, he's basically getting this right if we do a little bit of work to meet him more than halfway.
Yeah.
Uranium-238 and its daughter product and all the way down. Thorium, strontium, rubidium, potassium, argon, or all the way down. Radioactive materials all the way down.
Argon is in some decay chains for uranium, if I remember correctly.
No, it would be argon. You could only really get something like argon if you have fission.
Did you guys know that there's an entire periodic table that is built on the premise of Pokemon from the first 150?
I did not know that.
And if anybody had given that to me at the age of like 3 or like into high school, I'd have had that shit memorized in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so argon is not in the decay chain. It is radon and radium are, though.
Yes,
I will link it in chat and send it to you both individually or in our Discord chat. Just so you have it.
In theory, in rare products, if you had a U-235 and it absorbed a neutron and it went undergoing spontaneous fission as to U-236, you could get something, but usually you don't get something that small.
Roaching Lipstick Equus Keller for 199 says, "Happy 45 squared." Thank you very much.
We're nearly. Oh yes, we're nearly there.
Well, I'm already there.
We beat Ben's thing, right?
So here's the thing, right, guys? We're going to talk about the Polonium Halos while we wait for the clock to run down, because I'm not going to play more Carl. For the rest of this year in like Pacific time, no more Carl. So what Carl is going to say is that that polonium, all the isotopes of polonium have a very, very small half-life, which is true, from a few seconds down to a few milliseconds. and there are isolated polonium halos that do not have the previous parts of the uranium decay chain, because uranium decays into polonium usually a couple times, 2 to 3 times, during any given decay chain. Okay. Which means, according to Carl, this polonium had to have been created in situ only to decay a few seconds to a few milliseconds later. The problem with this is that only works if this this granite does not have any fissures that allow for migration. And in fact, in every single sample of granite in which this study was done that found these so-called anomalous polonium halos,
20?
the granite was actually known to have fissures and to have been exposed to water in both liquid and gaseous forms, which moved elements around.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy
New Year, Pacific. Jillian, Rock Candy Mammoth Red says the kids wish you a Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to your kids. So basically, in conclusion, the only time weird polonium halos appear is in cases when we know that polonium can be moved by water. So, who cares? That's the entirety of it. That's an entire argument that he's setting up, taking forever on, just goes down to, yeah, but Carl, what if the polonium moved? Oh no! His entire argument falls apart.
I feel like we're living in an entire space of who cares. Like,
I mean, yeah.
Both. Like, okay, when was this from?
Probably the early 90s or something.
So we're living in, like, we're looking at a video. We're in what? We're going into 2025 from 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And we're looking at a video from 20 plus years ago.
30
and
plus.
We're like, who, what?
30 plus.
30 plus, sorry. 30 plus years ago, and we're like, who the hell cares? And I think there's two aspects to this. First off, is that in 30 years, whatever you're doing, people will look at it 30 years from now and be like, yeah, okay, but who the hell cares? As long as you're paying attention to what the question you're asking is. Second off, is that the point is to move on. Like,
well, let's move on. Let's move on. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with us for this New Year's stream.
Thank you.
We've been going for over 4 hours. I've had a lot of fun. I've had a fair few drinks. Landon is, I think, taking our temperature. Are you taking our temperature, Landon?
Yes.
What is our temperature?
The size of my head.
Nice.
27.5.
Now, okay, Landon, I have to ask on behalf of the flat earthers out there, if you point that at the sun, will you get an accurate temperature reading of the sun?
No.
Okay.
I have a second question for Landon that's related to the flat earthers. Landon, were you there when they went to Antarctica?
I was not there. I know somebody who was there at Union Glacier, which is around 80 degrees south.
Would that individual be willing to like hang out with me for like 45 minutes?
I could ask. I don't know that. I think they're still down there because it's the season.
When they get back, I'm not gonna rush them. It's okay.
Roshina Lipstick Equiskeller for $1.99 says, "Ugh, Sunnyvale." So thank you very much. And I do think I updated. Yep. All right. So, Landon, do you have anything coming up on any channels that you want people to know about?
Well, we have coming up. One of the things, of course, is the International Obfuscated Sea Code Contest. The oldest contest on the internet, is in its 40th anniversary, is being held. Go to www.ioccc.org and you'll get information about that. www.iocc.org, and if you are a elite coder and can produce some really obfuscated C, you might win the contest. Of course, we also have coming up because it gets us on the 25th, the Unnamed Tavern, and that's going to be fun as well. Also, tomorrow or today, I will be over on Scambate Central talking about my trip to Lagos, Nigeria.
Nice. I've never been to Lagos. or anywhere else in Africa for that matter.
It's a very intense place. It's
I
very,
bet. All right,
Yes.
Chesh, you got anything coming up that you want people to know about on any of your channels?
I got a bunch of crap going on, including things you've never heard about, like Bonky. Do you know who Bonky is?
Not a
Anybody
clue.
know who Bonky is?
No,
Yeah,
no.
Bonky's a feminist on Twitter, and you should definitely check out Bonky. She's wonderful. She's coming on Debate Hub to talk to me about what feminism is going to look like in 2025, which is going to get really complicated really, really fast. So please come and show up to that, because that's going to be crazy. That's it. Whatever, man. Things are stupid and I don't care anymore.
I'm sharing. We can see the. By the way, you can see the what Madame Haley is doing right now. If you yeah, it's much nicer there. So yes,
Nice.
if you see
Well,
what's
kind of
happening here.
Ah,
So right now in here, the lava lake over here is getting high enough that it's beginning to interfere with the. Remember, this stuff is what's reaching way up here.
Yeah.
And it's getting a little bit, because the lake is getting high enough.
that is pretty
It's beginning
cool.
to clog itself.
But all right, what is coming up here on this channel? So on Thursday at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, we are going to be premiering Casey Luskin, alleged cannibal pervert. And I'm not saying that Casey Luskin
Wow.
eats people. I'm just saying some people have indicated that maybe he does. And I'm just asking questions about this, right? Does Casey Luskin eat people? Is he wanted in Thailand for crimes against children?
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm asking
I think
questions.
that's a reasonable question. Did Jeff kill his wife? I don't know. Probably.
Waiting time, by the way.
You know-
That's what that is.
Look,
JF? Are you guys
these-
familiar with JF?
that doesn't sound familiar to me.
Yo, you must know the French Canadian guy who was like the ethnostate guy.
Oh
He
yeah.
went on a non sequitur to debate the other guy, and they both agreed that was that?
Oh, it was a
Was
black.
that
It was a black.
him?
Oh yeah, I remember him.
And they
Yeah,
both
was like a black
agreed that
separatist guy, right?
ethnostates were a good idea. Yeah, JF. So JF definitely didn't unalive his significant other that he dropped off in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Well, I'm
and,
going to continue on with
yeah,
the what's coming up on the
absolutely.
channel, because that's the section we're in. So that is coming up on Thursday. On Friday, over on Top Hats Off, you can join me and Chesh, as well as many others, for Star Trek Lexington. That's what it is. We will be doing the episode that you saw the teaser for. Then on Saturday, we're going to be continuing on with the Tower of Babel series with myself and Kip Davis and Vishanti. And then
good series.
Yes, and then on Tuesday we will be doing Kent with Bent. I believe. Yes, Kent with Bent. Yep. And I'm not sure whether I will be putting on my human suit and wearing a tutu, or if Bent will be doing it. But whoever
You have to
doesn't,
show up to find out.
well, whoever doesn't do it this time, that person will be doing it the next time. And then with the last super chat that I will be reading, Roshna Lipstick Equus Keller for $4.99 says, which one of you is setting off fireworks in Sunnyvale? It is certainly not me, so it must be Chesh.
Yeah. It's not me. I haven't been the vice mayor since.
Yeah. Chesh, you are the problem, if I remember correctly.
I'm gonna start aiming at people's houses.
Which, by the way, did you ever get that thing done that you said you were going to get done by the end of the night?
No.
Oh.
Maybe work on that, Chesh, because I actually really need you to do that.
Can you do me a favor and send me the thing again?
Yeah. All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
bye, everybody. I hope you all had fun.
thank you.
I have to scold Chesh for being bad at her job, which she isn't paid for. Bye, everybody.
And have fun, Madam Paley.
Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Venthovend, Ferrevara, Tapioca Weasel, Whispers, Eleron Teller, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostick Van Manen, Landon Knoll, Mabdy Babdy, Wallace, Max Cherry, North Texas Fossils, John Ackerman, and Strawberry Vein. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.